Chapter 2994. The successor of the world's best swordsmanship is waiting for me at Mount Honesty. In a restaurant in Sword City, Chernzong was enjoying the delicious food and wine while listening to the conversations of others. He was very relaxed. Every time Chernzong entered a force, he would go to the restaurant to enjoy a meal. While he was enjoying himself, he was constantly comprehending and integrating the mysteries of the swordsmanship into single-hearted sword principle. He was perfecting and improving the realm and power of single-hearted sword principle bit by bit. However, he had not really improved it yet. It was still in a state of accumulation. He needed more accumulation to unlock more potential of the swordsmanship and improve it to a higher realm. By now, Chernzong had studied almost all the swordsmanship of the Earth-class forces in the 10,000 sword ancient domain. He had also studied most of the Sky-class forces' swordsmanship. Only the 3 Sky-class forces and the 4 Holy Lands were left. Of course, there were still many independent swordsman experts in the 10,000 sword ancient domain. Chernzong did not plan to let them go. He would visit them one by one in the future. Naturally, the more swordsmanship he could study, the better. Chernzong did not expect that the successor of the world's best swordsmanship would challenge him now. He could not help but be surprised. Whose swordsmanship was the best in the world? Although Chernzong had heard some people call his swordsmanship the best in the world, Chernzong did not admit it. Although his swordsmanship was good, it was not worthy of the title. However, he did not deny it either. He chose to ignore it. It did not matter what others said. What was important was to study other swordsmanship. Curious. Chernzong was very curious about the so-called best swordsmanship in the world. He listened more carefully and finally understood what the so-called best swordsmanship in the world was. Spiritual sword principle. After being in the 10,000 sword ancient domain for a while, Chernzong was no longer ignorant. He had a clear understanding of the various swordsmanship in the 10,000 sword ancient domain. There were only a few top sword techniques in the world, and they were all in the 4 Great Holy Land. However, outside of the 4 Great Holy Lands, there was another top sword technique that was comparable to the strongest sword technique in the 4 Great Holy Land. That was the spiritual rhino sword technique. Chernzong was also very curious about such a swordsmanship. He made up his mind to go to Lingxi Mountain after a period of time to find Lingxi Sword Saint to verify the swordsmanship's profundity and extraordinariness. What he didn't expect was that the successor of Lingxi Mountain was already impatient before he even went to look for them. However, since he had arrived early, it was not a bad idea to go and take a look. After slowly enjoying the wine and food, Chernzong stood up and walked out of the restaurant. He looked so ordinary and there was no powerful aura around him. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation. However, when Chernzong stepped out of the restaurant, someone stared at his back and frowned, as if thinking about something. "Brother Yuan, drink. What are you looking at?" His friend next to him laughed and said, "Could it be that you've taken a fancy to another girl?" "Brother, don't joke around." The man immediately withdrew his gaze and said with a wry smile, "It's just that when I looked at that person just now, he seemed a little familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before." Haha, sometimes I have this feeling too. When I see a beautiful girl, I always feel that she's very familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. This friend was a little indecent, and the alcohol had gotten to his head. That person seems to be the unparalleled Jiandi Chernzong. The man surnamed Yuan ignored his friend's teasing and said in an uncertain tone, "I've seen him fight with the giant sword sex quasi-saint from a distance before." "What?" His friend's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Cold sweat immediately emerged from his body and soaked his underwear. The alcohol was expelled from his body at once, and he felt cold but extremely sober. He was actually teasing a quasi-saint sword Dao expert just now. If he had been heard, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Of course, Chernzong had actually heard his words, but Chernzong didn't care about this kind of teasing. Unless it was really insulting, Chernzong would ignore it all. There were hundreds of people in this world and thousands of words. Most of the time, they didn't have any malicious intentions. If one wanted to pursue everything, it would be too hard to live. Walking out of Sword City, Chernzong flew into the air, stepped on a sword light, and hurriedly rushed in the direction of Mount Wuang. Mount Wuang could be considered a famous mountain because a powerful quasi-saint sword Dao expert had once appeared on this mountain, making Mount Wuang famous. But now, Mount Wuang had been reduced to a barren mountain. When Chernzong arrived at Mount Wuang, he found that many people were already waiting here. When the news spread, many people also heard it and immediately rushed over. The world's #1 sword technique. Just how shocking was this title? It would be very exciting. Many people were directly attracted to come here to watch the battle. Sword Dao was prosperous in the 10,000 sword ancient domain, and all kinds of sword duels were also very popular. The weak ones were like chickens pecking at each other, and the strong ones were like quasi-saints dueling. As for the duels between quasi-saints, there were very few duels. It was rare to see one even after many years. Even if there were, it wasn't necessarily seen. It was usually more secretive. Senior brother, do you think that person will come? In Mount Wuang, a young man and woman stood quietly. The woman asked the man, if he doesn't come, it means that he's afraid, and then his reputation will be ruined." The man snorted coldly and said, "Such a cowardly scoundrel, how would he dare to talk about fighting for the world's #1 sword technique? He'll become a joke." Many people's gazes gathered and fell on the man and the woman. "I've seen him before. He's the second disciple of the Lingxi sword technique. He has battle prowess of the Lingxi sword saint, and his sword technique is very outstanding. A few years ago, he successfully left his name on the celestial tablet. So it's him, Lingguang Jiandi. But that Wushuang Jiandi Chernzong is not at the level of the Lingguang Jiandi. He's a powerful quasi-saint. How can Lingguang Jiandi be a match for him? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out when the time comes." Amidst the discussion, Chernzong also arrived and stepped into Mount Wuang. His gaze swept across the place, following the senses of the qi. The people watching the battle here were all swordsmen. Their sword wills were drawn but not released, but they were all clearly sensed by Chernzong. The strength of their sword wills varied, and each had its own mysteries. Sword wills were a general term. Different swordsmen cultivated different sword techniques, so their sword wills were also different. Different sword intents had their own differences in power and profundity. Are you the successor of the Lingxi sword technique? Chernzong's gaze swept across and finally fell on Lingguang Jiandi's face. His face looked very young, and he was also very young, unlike Chernzong, who was clearly hundreds of years old but still looked young. "You're Chernzong, the self-proclaimed #1 swordsman in the world." Lingguang Jiandi took a step forward. In an instant, a sharp sword wills swept across the air and pressed down on Chernzong, directly locking onto Chernzong. The sword wills were drawn in, and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. His tone was sharp and somewhat interrogative. "I'm here to witness the so-called #1 swordsmanship in the world," Chernzong responded unhurriedly. "You'll see it for yourself." Lingguang Jiandi's lips curled into a cold smile. "However, rumor has it that you're a quasi-saint. I know that in terms of strength, I'm not as good as you. This time, we'll only compete with swordsmanship. Do you dare?" Young people were indeed young people. They were so high-spirited. "Please." Chernzong expressed his response with a single word. "Very well. If you use your cultivation, you'll lose." The spiritual light sword emperor seemed to want to add a layer of insurance as he emphasized once again. The instant his voice fell, he took a step forward and landed. His speed was extremely fast. His entire person was like a gust of wind as he instantly rushed forward. The long sword at his waist was also unsheathed. Abruptly, he swung his sword forward and pierced forward. This sword immediately formed a straight line with his arm, as if it was an aurora that streaked across the sky. It was also like the line that connected the sky and the water. It was extremely fast and sharp. Without using any cultivation power, the pure swordsmanship emitted a gust of awe-inspiring intent that penetrated the mind. Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. As the saying goes, an expert's skill can be seen as soon as he makes a move. Although Lingguang Jiandi's temperament was somewhat irascible, his swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary. His first move immediately demonstrated his extraordinary swordsmanship foundation. Just this move alone made Chunzong realize that he was indeed quite accomplished. Although he could not be compared with himself, he was at a relatively outstanding level among his peers. Chunzong did not hold his sword. His body swayed and his footsteps seemed to be disorderly. He dodged in an instant. Lingguang Jiandi's expression did not change. The sword that was thrusting towards him seemed to be guided by some kind of mysterious aura, and it continued to follow him like a shadow. There seemed to be no change, but Chunzong felt that there was a subtle difference. This sword was aimed at some kind of flaw in his body. This sliver of an opening originally did not exist, but when Chunzong dodged his opponent's first stab, it had unknowingly appeared. It was as if it had been guided to appear, and was not under Chunzong's control. The sword that continued to stab towards him followed the opening that had been created, and attacked like a shadow. It seemed to have also expanded that opening, causing Chunzong to feel as if there was a blade at his back. It was a very strange feeling. Just this alone made Chunzong realize that this Lingxi swordsmanship was indeed mysterious and extraordinary. Lingxi swordsmanship originally referred to a kind of beast with extraordinary intelligence in ancient times. This beast was known for its sensitivity. There were white lines in its single horn that connected the two ends of its head. Later people used this to describe it as sensitive and understanding. Hence, it had the profound meaning of Lingxi swordsmanship. Even though his flaw was targeted, Chunzong still did not hold his sword. Instead, he continued to move his feet to dodge, wanting to see the subsequent changes in the swordsmanship. Lingguang Jiandi's sword was thrusted out again. It was still a straight line between 2 points. The distance between 2 points was the shortest. Its speed was also extremely fast. The tip of the sword was condensed with extreme sharpness, piercing through everything. Chunzong felt that the flaw in his body was still there, and it seemed that it could not be erased. He could not help but be secretly shocked. He looked forward to this swordsmanship even more. Chapter 2995. Many swordsmen had gathered in Mount Wong. At a glance, there were at least hundreds and thousands of them. Each of them naturally contained the sharp aura of a sword. When a swordsman reached a certain level, he would have an aura similar to that of a sword. This indicated that he had achieved something in the way of the sword. Thousands of swordsmen stared at the same spot in front of them. They were all amazed by the exquisite and superb swordsmanship. Spiritual sword technique. Spiritual connection. This did not mean that spiritual light Jiandi and Chunzong were telepathically connected. That was impossible. Spiritual connection originated from spiritual light Jiandi's heart. He had an extraordinarily sharp sense. Every time he attacked, he would find a flaw in Chunzong's defense. Even if there were no openings, it would create openings on its own and attack those openings. This swordsmanship was indeed exquisite. It was an eye-opener for Chunzong. Then, Chunzong also used the single-hearted sword technique to counterattack. After years of observing thousands of swordsmanships, the mysteries of these swordsmanships were gradually integrated into the single-hearted sword technique. This made the single-hearted sword technique more and more powerful. Although it had not truly transformed, it had been further perfected. He attacked with his sword and collided with Jiandi's sword. It was an inevitable collision. Immediately after, Sword 2 also stabbed out at an even faster speed. Then, Sword 3 also attacked. Even without the primal chaos heart force and sword intent, the sword force contained in the sword art itself was extremely tyrannical. With just 2 sword strikes, the spiritual light sword emperor's spiritual rhino sword art's momentum was restrained. When the 3rd sword strike arrived, the spiritual light sword emperor's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that when the sword strike arrived, everything in the surroundings seemed to be filled up. Everything in front of him disappeared. Only the sword light was rapidly enlarging and filling up the world. He could not dodge it. No matter what, he couldn't dodge this sword. With a low growl, a sharp sword aura burst out from the spiritual light sword emperor's body. Relying on the extraordinary senses of the spiritual rhino sword art, he attacked again with an even faster speed. In an instant, an extremely ear-piercing sound exploded in all directions. It was as if space itself had collapsed, causing the expressions of all the spectators in the distance to change. They felt a faint pain in their eardrums, as if they had been pricked by needles. The 2 swords collided, bursting into countless sparks. Jiandi's junior sister stood in the distance, looking nervous. She subconsciously clenched her fists. She seemed to be secretly cheering for Jiandi. The spiritual sword technique is indeed unfathomable. The telepathic sword technique is publicly acknowledged as a superb sword technique by the 4 great holy lands. It is not the slightest bit inferior to the 4 great holy lands' highest legacy sword technique. The spiritual sword technique is indeed powerful, but Chernzong's swordsmanship does not seem to be inferior either. Observing and integrating all the swordsmanship in the world into one's own body, like thousands of streams returning to the sea, and thousands of swords returning to the sect, to achieve one's own swordsmanship. This is not an easy path to walk, but if one can walk it, it will indeed be amazing. An old swordsman said in a deep voice. Although his cultivation was not very strong, he had lived for a long time and had rich experience, so he could see more. The strongest swordsmanship in the world cannot be separated from 2 paths, but these 2 paths have similarities. They both require one to understand the mysteries of all the swordsmanship in the world. By observing the mysteries of all the swordsmanship in the world, one can break all the swordsmanship in the world. One is to be invincible. The other is to integrate all the mysteries of all the swordsmanship in the world into one's own body, turning it into the strongest swordsmanship. One is to break, the other is to integrate, but they both lead to the same destination. In the sky, a swordsman at the quasi-saint level seemed to be talking to himself. The light that shot out from his eyes was full of yearning. It was because these 2 paths of swordsmanship were known as the strongest swordsmanship. Although people knew, there were very few swordsmen who truly embarked on these 2 paths of swordsmanship. It was because these 2 paths of swordsmanship were too difficult. Practicing swordsmanship only required enough effort in the beginning. However, as one progressed to a higher level, effort alone was not enough. One had to have the corresponding talent and comprehension. The more profound the swordsmanship, the more one needed to have sufficient talent and comprehension. It was actually relatively easy to get started on the 2 paths of the strongest swordsmanship. One did not need to practice any profound swordsmanship. Even if one only mastered the basic swordsmanship, one could walk it. This was because one had to constantly observe and experience other swordsmanships, and then master the mysteries and essences of those swordsmanships. Using this as a foundation to improve one's own swordsmanship would be constantly strengthened, and eventually become invincible. The first path of breaking was to understand the mysteries of the swordsmanship in the world, and then know how to break those swordsmanships and master the strongest sword theory. With a sword in hand, one could break all the swordsmanship in the world and become invincible. In short, it meant that one already knew the mysteries and flaws of your swordsmanship. Thus, one could break it with one sword. It seemed simple and crude, but it was actually extremely shocking. The second path of integration was to observe and understand the mysteries of the swordsmanship in the world. However, it was not to find flaws, but to extract the mysteries and essences, integrate them into one's own swordsmanship, and continuously improve one's own swordsmanship until it reached perfection. No other swordsmanship in the world could compare to it. Chunzong walked on the latter path. He integrated all the mysteries of the swordsmanship to improve his own swordsmanship. However, in fact, the two paths of breaking and integration led to the same destination in the end. This was because when one mastered all the mysteries of the swordsmanship in the world and integrated them into one's own swordsmanship, it was equivalent to mastering an extremely high level of sword theory. It was equivalent to standing at the highest point to see everything and see further and more. In this way, one could easily judge the flaws of the opponent's swordsmanship and then target them to break them. Chunzong waved his sword and performed the single-hearted sword technique to collide with the spiritual rhino sword technique again and again. The spiritual rhino sword technique's characteristic was its amazing speed. Every sword was mainly a stab, and the sword was straight from 2 points to a line, so that the sword's speed reached an astonishing level. What was more powerful was its extraordinary sensing ability. It could sense everything around it, and when combined with the extremely fast sword speed, it could create a flaw that did not exist in the opponent and then target it. Chunzong restrained the power of his swordsmanship and maintained it at a certain level, which was just enough to suppress Divine Light Jiandi's swordsmanship. As a result, Divine Light Jiandi had no choice but to fully stimulate his swordsmanship. To a certain extent, he even stimulated his own potential to further improve his spiritual rhino sword technique. Some of the things that he did not understand in the past were also figured out under the right pressure. This was also Chunzong's reward, an intangible reward. After all, he had witnessed Chunzong's superb swordsmanship. Of course, he had to give something back. It was not a one-sided gain. That was not Chunzong's way of doing things. No matter how profound the spiritual rhino sword technique was, it was not infinite. Moreover, the spiritual rhino sword technique that Divine Light Jiandi had mastered had not reached the peak. Therefore, it did not take long for Chunzong to decipher all the mysteries of the spiritual rhino sword technique that Divine Light Jiandi had mastered. Then, it was time to end it. With sincerity, he swung his sword. It was a simple move, but it contained a terrifying power. It seemed slow, but people could see the sword light clearly. The trajectory was so clear that it seemed to pierce out in a straight line, but it also seemed to have a certain curve. It was not obvious. Everything around seemed to slow down. Under the gaze of Divine Light Jiandi, even the dust particles in the air seemed to become clear. They floated slightly and slowed down to an extreme. He could not dodge it. He could not block it. Even his thoughts were affected and slowed down. In the end, the sword lightly touched the space between Divine Light Jiandi's eyebrows. It instantly retracted, but it left a dark red mark between his eyebrows. It was a dark red mark of blood. If Chunzong had insisted on killing Divine Light Jiandi, this move would have been enough to kill him on the spot. It would have been useless even if he had used all his cultivation. This was because the gap between their swordsmanship realms was too great. It was so great that it was immeasurable. Everyone could see that Chunzong had won. Humph, I'll say that you've won this battle. Divine Light Jiandi touched the space between his eyebrows. There was a trace of dark red blood on his finger. His expression changed, and he snorted. He looked unconvinced. If it were not for the fact that your realm is higher than mine, you would not be a match for me in swordsmanship. The spiritual rhino sword technique is the best swordsmanship in the world. The spiritual rhino sword technique is indeed extraordinary. Soon, I will visit you on the mountain. I hope to see all the secrets of the spiritual rhino sword technique. Chunzong responded with a smile. He was not annoyed by Divine Light Jiandi's angry words. On the contrary, he had an extraordinary bearing. Indeed, Divine Light Jiendi was like a child throwing a tantrum. He was unwilling to accept his loss. He thought that it was because Chernzong's realm of swordsmanship was higher than his, not because his swordsmanship was inferior. Chernzong also admitted that the spiritual rhino sword technique was indeed extraordinary. He was afraid that Divine Light Jiendi had not fully mastered it. Even so, Chernzong had seen the extraordinary mysteries of the spiritual rhino sword technique. He was looking forward to seeing the complete spiritual rhino sword technique. The trip to the spiritual rhino mountain was a must. Then come. I will show you the true power of the spiritual rhino sword technique. Divine Light Jiendi's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of the scene when Chernzong was defeated in the spiritual rhino mountain. Although his strength wasn't weak, he wasn't the most powerful in the Lingxi mountain. At the very least, his eldest senior brother was more powerful than him. He was a quasi-saint, and his master, the Lingxi sword saint, was a true saint-level expert. When it came to the level of the spiritual rhino sword technique, his master was the strongest, followed by his senior brother, and then himself. As for his junior sister's spiritual rhino sword technique, she was ranked 4th in the spiritual rhino mountain. After all, there were only 4 people in the spiritual rhino mountain. In Divine Light Jiendi's opinion, Chernzong's sword technique was indeed brilliant. However, he was not a match for his senior brother. One should know that his senior brother was one of the stronger quasi-saints in the 10,000 sword ancient realm. There were few who could match his sword technique. This was because the spiritual rhino sword technique was indeed very profound. Even some of the quasi-saints in the 4 great saint lands had been defeated by him. The battle between Chernzong and Divine Light Jiendi ended. The process was very exciting. Those who understood it were amazed and praised it. However, the end was the end. Even if they were amazed and reluctant to part, they had to leave. Chernzong immediately left the spiritual rhino mountain. According to his original plan, he went to the next heaven-class force. This heaven-class force was guarded by a pristine saint. Chapter 2996. Author's note: the new book is already in the process of being prepared. It will probably take a few months before it can be released to everyone. The Lightning Sword sect was one of the 3 strongest heaven-class forces in the Myriad Sword ancient domain. This was because there was a saint-class expert in the sect. Or rather, the Lightning Sword sect was established by a saint-class expert. Unparalleled Jiendi Chernzong, it's not impossible for you to view the sword techniques of our sect. However, there's a condition. The Lightning Sword sect's sect leader was a quasi-saint. His voice was vigorous like thunder, containing a monstrous might. His eyes flickered with light, as if there were strands of electric arcs jumping around. When he looked over, Chernzong's skin faintly felt numb. Please speak, sect leader. Chernzong's expression was calm as usual. He was just a quasi-saint. No matter how strong the sword might was, it wouldn't be able to affect him. You need to join our sect and become an elder. At that time, you will be a member of our sect. You can view any sword techniques you want, including our sect's highest inheritance, the Lightning 100 Crack sword technique. As long as you contribute to our sect or become an elder, you will be able to cultivate it after 100 years. The Lightning Sword sect's sect leader squinted his eyes, and the lightning in his eyes intensified. So it turned out that he wanted Chernzong to join the Lightning Sword sect and become an elder of the sect. This plan was really well thought out. It sounded like a good thing. After all, the Lightning Sword sect was a heaven-class force with a saint-class expert in charge. It was only second to the 4 great saint grounds. The Lightning 100 Crack sword technique was also very famous in the Myriad Sword ancient domain. However, that was only to others, such as those quasi-saints who had no hope of advancing. However, Chernzong wasn't one of them. They all thought that Chernzong was a quasi-saint. However, They didn't know that Chen Zong's cultivation path was different from others. The strength of a quasi-saint was unparalleled in the Sword Dao. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the saint class in the future. His future was limitless, so he naturally wouldn't be trapped in one place. If he agreed to the Lightning Sword sect leader's condition just to view some sword techniques, it wouldn't be any different from restricting himself. How could Chen Zong agree to it? Sect leader, please change your condition, Chen Zong said unhurriedly, implying that he was rejecting the offer. Then I'm sorry. The Lightning Sword sect master shook his head and did not speak ill of him. After all, the other party was a powerful secondary saint. It wasn't a wise choice to offend such a secondary saint, let alone infuriate him. Since that's the case, Chen Zong shall challenge the Grandmaster directly. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. A trace of sword will spread out and point it at the Lightning Sword sect leader like an invisible sharp sword. He was going to battle with him. After hearing Chen Zong's words and sensing Chen Zong's sword intent, the Lightning Sword sect leader frowned. He waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry. I'm busy. You can leave now." The sect leader wasn't willing to battle with Chen Zong. This battle wouldn't bring him any benefit. On the contrary, Chen Zong would take this opportunity to peek at the secrets of the Lightning Sword sect's sword technique. After all, Chen Zong was walking the path of the sect leader, which was known to be extremely difficult. Although he admired Chen Zong's determination, he wasn't willing to let his sect's inherited sword techniques become Chen Zong's resource. Why should he agree to it without any reason and without any benefits? If he were to lose, he would be making Chen Zong famous. Seeing how the Lightning Sword sect leader was behaving, Chen Zong felt a little helpless as well. He couldn't possibly be so unreasonable as to draw his sword. That didn't fit his character. Since that was the case, he would change the method. In an instant, Chen Zong retreated from the Lightning Sword sect. Standing in the air, he released an extremely tyrannical sword intent. As soon as the sword will was unleashed, it immediately shattered the 9 heavens and turned into a shocking cloud vortex. With a single glance, it gave off an extremely shocking feeling, causing people to be extremely shocked. The tyrannical sword will covered the sky and covered the earth as it pressed down, directly attacking the entire Lightning Sword sect. The Lightning Sword sect's sect protecting formation was instantly activated. Streaks of lightning grew around the Lightning Sword sect. Electric arcs jumped around continuously, like streaks of zigzagging sword light or like lightning dragons cruising in all directions, protecting the Lightning Sword sect firmly. The Lightning Sword sect leader and the elders all had a drastic change in expression. What was going on? How could the sect protection formation be activated? With such tyrannical sword intent, could it be that a saint-level expert had attacked the Lightning Sword sect? When the Lightning Sword sect leader saw the figure in the air that was emitting the sword intent, he was instantly stunned. He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Following which, his expression changed drastically and his face turned pale. Unparalleled sword intent. Unparalleled sword Dao. This person was actually a saint-level expert, a sword Dao saint, and not a quasi-saint like the rumors said. The ability that he had displayed earlier was probably due to him restraining himself. And just now, he actually wanted him to become an elder of the Lightning Sword sect and serve the Lightning Sword sect. This was simply ridiculous. Although the cultivation environment of the ancient mystic world was extremely good, and it wasn't difficult to break through to the heaven level, and there was also a greater chance of breaking through to the saint level. However, there weren't many saint-level experts, and they belonged to the super-existence that stood at the peak of cultivation. No matter where a saint-level expert went, they would be highly valued. Even in the 4 great saint lands they had a high status. Although the Lightning Sword sect wasn't bad, and was one of the strongest heaven-level forces after the 4 great saint lands, it still wasn't qualified to recruit a sword saint. They were overestimating themselves. And just now, he actually rejected the request of a sword saint. This sword saint was probably angry now, which was why he released his unparalleled sword intent and activated the sect protection formation. Thinking of this, the sect leader's expression turned even uglier. The lightning sword sect wasn't weak, but that was only relatively speaking. Offending a saint-level expert was definitely not a good thing. A sword saint. Who knew that this person had hidden his strength so deeply? Which fellow Taoist has graced my lightning sword sect with your presence? In an instant a voice rang out. It was like a thunderous sound that rumbled across the sky. A shocking sword pressure swept across the sky, and the thunderbolts on the sect protection formation instantly dimmed before disappearing. The sect leader and the elders of the lightning sword sect instantly revealed a look of joy. This was the appearance of the founder of the lightning sword sect, the lightning sword saint. Only a saint-level expert could resist against a saint-level expert. A huge silver thunderbolt shot up into the sky, as if it was striking the sky and shattering the clouds. The mighty sword intent also spread out, enveloping the lightning sword sect and resisting Chen Zong's unparalleled sword intent. In the mighty thunderbolt, a figure also appeared. Endless sword chi surrounded him, and each of the sword chi was like a thunderbolt. In the next moment, the figure took a step forward. As his foot landed on the void, a thunderbolt purgatory burst forth. A majestic figure appeared in the sky, and behind him, there was a thunderbolt that was 10 feet thick. Countless thunderbolts flickered within it, as if it was a thunderbolt pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Its power was boundless. This was the lightning sword saint, a pristine saint realm sword expert. As soon as the lightning sword saint appeared, he blocked Chen Zong's sword intent and asked with a serious expression, "Fellow Taoist, has my lightning sword sect offended you? I'm Chen Zong. I'm here to observe the sword techniques of your sect." Chen Zong smiled and withdrew his sword intent. After all, he had already achieved his goal. Since the sect leader of the lightning sword sect wasn't willing to fight with him, he would be more direct and provoke the sword saint of the lightning sword sect to fight with him. He would then be able to see more of the mysteries of the sword technique. I see. The lightning sword saint was enlightened. He immediately revealed a smile and said, "It's an honor for my sect's sword techniques to be able to catch your eye. Please." The lightning sword saint's reaction was out of Chen Zong's expectations. Shouldn't he just draw his sword and fight? Why did he do that? However, since the lightning sword saint wasn't willing to fight and was willing to let him observe the sword techniques of the lightning sword sect, Chen Zong couldn't say anything more. The lightning sword sect was indeed one of the top heaven-grade forces in the myriad sword ancient domain that was second only to the 4 great saint lands. The sword techniques that they collected were very rich, and there were almost 100 of them. These sword techniques were also categorized. There were more than 40 ordinary sword techniques, more than 20 better sword techniques, and the remaining dozen were better sword technique. A few of these sword techniques could be passed down in a heaven-grade force. However, the true lightning split sword technique couldn't be seen. Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry. He first comprehended these sword techniques and absorbed the mysteries within. Of course, some of these sword techniques were similar to the sword techniques that Chen Zong had observed before. Not long later, Chen Zong had observed all of these sword techniques and had indeed grasped the mysteries and essences within. "Brother, can you let me take a look at your sect's lightning split sword technique?" Chen Zong made a request to the lightning sword saint. Of course. The lightning sword saint agreed without hesitation. Of course, it was only the sword technique. It was impossible for him to learn the martial arts and sword techniques within. Chen Zong only wanted the sword technique. "Thank you." Chen Zong was still very grateful. After all, the sword technique was the lightning sword saint's life's work. Haha, sword techniques are meant to be observed, comprehended, and cultivated. This is the meaning of its creation and existence. The lightning sword saint laughed and was very open-minded. Brother, you're not an ordinary person. If you're willing to observe my sword technique, you'll be able to comprehend its mysteries and even point out its flaws. It'll be beneficial for perfecting the sword technique. Brother, you have a good temperament. Chen Zong couldn't help but praise. Although there was a logic to it, it wasn't something that everyone could see through. When the sword technique was comprehended by others, one could use the comprehension of others to see the flaws within it. Then, one could perfect and improve the technique, using the strengths of others to make up for the weaknesses. After all, once a sword technique was created, it was impossible not to use it. If it was used, it would be known by others, and its mysteries would be seen through. However, only those who were truly open-minded could see through this point. Chen Zong was full of admiration for the lightning sword saint. The lightning split sword technique was an extremely powerful sword technique. It was a sword technique that focused on attacking power. The power of each strike was extremely tyrannical. It was as if a thunderbolt had broken through the sky and exploded everything. It was very terrifying. Chen Zong was secretly amazed. The mysteries contained within it also made Chen Zong exclaim in admiration. As expected, his talent in swordsmanship was indeed superb, and the single-hearted sword technique was indeed extraordinary, but there were still many capable people in the world. Anyone who had become a saint would have an extremely shocking foundation, and could not be judged by common sense. Chapter 2997. In the 10,000 sword ancient domain, there were 3 heaven-grade forces under the 4 great saint lands. They were the Lightning Sword Sect, the Aurora Sword Sect, and the Chuyun Sword Sect. It was because these 3 sects had sword saints in charge. Of course, they were in the small saint realm and not the great saint realm. If they were in the great saint realm, they would be able to break away from the heaven-grade level and be promoted to a great saint realm. In the Lightning Sword Sect, Chen Zong observed and comprehended the various sword techniques of the lightning sword technique, including the highest inheritance, the lightning 100-split sword technique. He grasped the profoundness and essence within and verified his sword techniques with the lightning sword technique before leaving. Chen Zong's attainments in sword skills were shocking. His accumulation in sword skills had completely surpassed that of the lightning sword saint. Therefore, during the verification of sword skills over the past few days, Chen Zong was the one talking and the lightning sword saint was the one asking questions. It's a great gain. The lightning sword saint was amazed by Chen Zong's attainments in sword skills. At the same time, he was glad that he was open-minded enough to allow Chen Zong to observe the lightning burst sword technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an opportunity. The verification of the swordsmanship lasted for a few days. The lightning sword saint had also comprehended some of the areas where he was stuck in the swordsmanship. Many inspirations emerged in his mind. The lightning sword saint immediately gave the order to go into seclusion. He firmly believed that after this seclusion, his lightning burst sword art would be further perfected. It would rise to a new level and become even more powerful. Sword skills were the foundation of a sword cultivator. The improvement of sword skills would in turn affect the sword skills, increasing the power of the sword skills and increasing the overall strength. He was laughing at those who didn't want Chen Zong to observe the sword skills. He was laughing at their short-sightedness and narrow-mindedness. Of course, if the sword skills were observed by others, they would be mastered by others. However, on the other hand, it was also to use other people's perspective and comprehension to analyze the shortcomings of one's own sword skills and make up for it. This was the result of effort and gain. However, not everyone could see through it, and not everyone could calmly accept it. Chen Zong headed to the Zenith Light Sword Sect. The Zenith Light Sword Saint of the Zenith Light Sword Sect was also very powerful. The Zenith Light Void Refinement Sword Technique was renowned throughout the world and was not inferior to the Lightning Sword Saint's Lightning Sword Technique. However, according to what Chen Zong had learned from the Lightning Sword Saint, The Aurora refining swordsmanship was different from the Thunder Splitter swordsmanship. The Thunder Splitter swordsmanship focused on destructive power. Every strike of the Aurora refining swordsmanship contained frightening destructive power. Of course, the speed of thunder was also very fast. However, the most important aspect of the Aurora Void refinement swordsmanship was its speed. The sword was as fast as the Aurora, but the force contained within it was a mixture of illusion and reality, changing according to one's will. When you saw a sword coming at you, you would think that the sword contained an astonishing force. However, when you tried to block it with all your might, you would realize that the sword was only fast. The force within it was illusory. When you tried to block it with all your might, it was like punching cotton. If you thought that the sword was illusory and did not contain any force, you would be wrong if you did not guard against it. The illusory force within it would immediately turn into real force. Its power would be extremely powerful. Coupled with the speed of the sword, its destructive power would be extremely terrifying. It could pierce through everything. The Lightning Sword Saint and the Zenith Light Sword Saint had fought more than once. Therefore, the Lightning Sword Saint had a good understanding of the Aurora Void refinement swordsmanship, just like how the Lightning Sword Saint also knew about his Lightning Splitter swordsmanship. Therefore, the Lightning Sword Saint told Chen Zong about it. However, the Lightning Sword Saint's understanding was not comprehensive enough. He was unable to tell Chen Zong all the secrets of the Aurora Void refinement swordsmanship. Therefore, Chen Zong could only come to the Zenith Light Sword sect. However, it was a pity that Chen Zong was refused entry. Since the Zenith Light Sword Saint did not show up, the Zenith Light Sword sect directly closed the door to visitors and did not allow Chen Zong to enter, let alone observe the swordsmanship of the Zenith Light Sword sect. Of course, if Chen Zong forcefully pulled out his sword, he could also barge in. However, according to the attitude of the Zenith Light Sword sect, once he did so, it would become a feud. Chen Zong had always been gentle and did not like to take the initiative to attack others. It would go against his nature to force his way in just to observe the swordsmanship. Since he was unwilling, there was no need for him to do so. The next stop was the last heaven-level force, the Izumo Sword sect. The Izumo Sword sect was the most powerful heaven-level forces in the 10,000 Swords ancient realm. It was truly a powerful sect that was second only to the 4 great holy lands. However, it was also the one with the least number of people among the heaven-level forces. Although they had fewer people, their swordsmanship was superb and their strength was amazing. The Izumo Sword sect had existed for a long time. Its establishment was second only to the 10,000 Swords Mountain and even earlier than the other 3 great holy lands. It had once produced a Supreme Saint Realm expert and was about to be promoted to a holy land. However, it was unfortunate that the Supreme Saint Realm expert had fallen. Without a Supreme Saint Realm expert, the Izumo Sword sect naturally could not be promoted to a holy land. Currently, there was only one Sword Saint in the Izumo Sword sect. He was the current Izumo Sword Saint and his swordsmanship was superb. Even the Lightning Sword Saint was not as good as him. According to him, the Zenith Light Sword Saint had once competed with the Izumo Sword Saint, but lost in the end. If the pristine Saint Realm experts in the 10,000 Swords ancient realm were to be ranked, the Izumo Sword Saint would definitely be in the top 3. In the entire 10,000 Swords ancient realm, there were at least 20 or 30 pristine Saint Realm experts. To be able to be in the top 3 was enough to show how powerful he was. 33 forms of God slaying in fog. Chen Zong rode on the sword light and headed in the direction of the Izumo Sword sect. He then smiled and said, "The name of this swordsmanship is really long." Was the longer the name, the more powerful it was? That was not the case. However, the name of the 33 forms of God slaying in fog did give off a very powerful feeling and was filled with shocking power. However, he did not know if that was really the case. However, the Lightning Sword Saint had once fought with the Izumo Sword Saint. According to the Lightning Sword Saint, the 33 forms of God slaying in fog was indeed very profound. It was a level higher than his lightning split sword technique and zenith light sword style's aurora void sword technique. If there was a difference of one level in swordsmanship, the difference would be very clear. As such, Chernzong was looking forward to the 33 forms of God slaying in fog even more. He hoped that he would not be rejected like he was in the Zenith Light Sword sect and would be able to experience the most wonderful thing. Riding his sword in the sky, Chernzong quickly flew in the direction of the Izumo Sword sect. The Izumo Sword sect was located in the Izumo Mountain. There were not many disciples, and it was said that there were less than 100 of them. It was not that the Izumo Sword sect was unwilling to recruit more disciples, but the Izumo Sword sect's swordsmanship cultivation had always been known for its difficulty to get started. Without suitable talent, it was impossible to get started. It was difficult to get started, but it was even more difficult to advance. This led to the difficulty of increasing the number of disciples in the Izumo Sword sect. Although there were not many disciples, as long as one was a disciple of the Izumo Sword sect, their swordsmanship was amazing. Among their peers, they were all elite. At this moment, a sword radiance flew over from afar. It was as fast as lightning, but its aura was as gentle as a breeze. As soon as the sword radiance appeared, its aura filled the air and locked onto Chernzong. Chernzong squinted his eyes slightly and stared at the sword radiance. He was surprised by the speed of the sword radiance, but there was no murderous intent in the sword radiance. In an instant, the sword radiance flew over, but it did not directly hit Chernzong. Instead, it stopped 3 meters in front of Chernzong. Chernzong, I am the Sanju Sword Saint of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. A shadow appeared from the sword radiance. It was a middle-aged man with a thin face. His eyes were slightly long and narrow, and his lips were thin. He looked cold and solemn, and his tone was somewhat cold. Your swordsmanship is good. This time, you are qualified to obtain the Eternal Sword Scroll of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Come to the 10,000 Swords Mountain immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of the Sanju Sword Saint immediately disappeared. He did not give Chernzong a chance to speak at all. Immediately, the sword radiance floated towards Chernzong. It was not fast, and it was even somewhat slow. However, Chernzong's expression became serious. He squinted his eyes slightly and felt an aura spread from the sword radiance and locked onto him. Taking a closer look, the sword radiance was a name card with the shape of a sword. It should be the Eternal Sword Scroll that the other party had mentioned. Chernzong stretched out his hand, wrapped in a layer of mixed Yuan heart force, and grabbed the sword radiance. At the moment of contact, the sword radiance was gentle, as if it did not have the slightest bit of strength. It fell directly into Chernzong's hand. However, in an instant, an extremely terrifying force poured down like the collapse of mountains and seas. It was as if an ancient volcano had erupted in an instant. The extremely powerful force contained an astonishing sharpness, and it seemed to want to split and destroy Chernzong's hand. Chernzong immediately used his strength to block the explosive impact of this force. His body did not move, and his arm did not move at all. The force was immediately resisted and dissipated. This force was still very strong. If Chernzong was not very strong, he would have made a fool of himself. The power dissipated and the light dissipated. Chernzong looked at the name card in his hand. The name card was silver, but there was a golden sword pattern on it that formed the shape of a mountain. It looked simple, but it was very lifelike. It was as if a sword mountain had been compressed and imprinted on it. The name card was not made of paper or cloth. It was like metal, but also not like metal. It was very strange. Chernzong tested it. The name card was somewhat soft, but it also had an astonishing toughness and was not easy to break. Eternal Sword Scroll? Staring at the name card, Chernzong was somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of it. What was the purpose of the 10,000 Swords Mountain for giving this sword scroll to him? Why did they want him to rush to the 10,000 Swords Mountain in the next day? While thinking, Chernzong did not immediately go to the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Instead, he continued to follow the original plan and went to the Chuyun Mountain of the Chuyun Sword sect. Chernzong had to go and see the 33 forms of the God of Mist. As for the Eternal Sword Scroll of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, Chernzong did not know anything about it. If he had time, he would go there again. However, sometimes plans could not keep up with changes. When Chernzong arrived at the Chuyun Sword sect, he did not find the Chuyun Sword Saint. This was because he was told that the Chuyun Sword Saint had just left for the 10,000 Swords Mountain. As for the 33 forms of the God of Mist, the sect leader of the Chuyun Sword sect was unwilling to let Chernzong see it. He needed the Chuyun Sword Saint's permission. Unfortunately, Chernzong could only leave. He went in the direction of the Lingxi Mountain, ready to find the Lingxi Sword Saint to verify the Lingxi sword technique. However, he did not find him because the Lingxi Sword Saint had also left for the 10,000 Swords Mountain with his eldest disciple. Chapter 2998. The Dominator of the Six Realms said that he had started preparing his new book and had not released it yet. It would take at least 3 or 4 months before it would be released. Above the vast sky, under the blue sky, streaks of sword light flashed across. Did Brother Lingxi also receive the Eternal Sword Invitation? A voice came from one of the streaks of sword light. The sword sound was faintly discernible, but it was clearly transmitted to the other streaks of sword light. Yes, Brother Moli also received the Eternal Sword Invitation. A reply came from another streak of sword light that was silver and almost transparent. Its tone was indifferent, as if it was detached from the world. The Eternal Sword Invitation has reappeared, and the Mausoleum of Swords is about to open again. I wonder what kind of opportunities we can get this time? A sigh came from the somewhat blurred streaks of sword light, as if it was sighing with emotion. You'll know when you get in. A chuckle came from the almost transparent silver streaks of sword light. They stopped talking and drove the streaks of sword light in the direction of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. The 10,000 Swords Mountain. Chernzong shook his head slightly. The name card that was about the size of a palm with silver golden patterns appeared in his hand. It was sent by the third sword saint of the 10,000 Swords Mountain not long ago. Originally, Chernzong did not plan to go to the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Instead, he wanted to act according to his initial plan. He wanted to go to the Izumo Sword sect first, and then find the Lingxi Sword Saint and Moli Sword Saint, who were independent sages. He wanted to see their swordsmanship and compare it with each other to seek more profound mysteries of swordsmanship. The Lingxi Sword Saint's Lingxi swordsmanship was as famous as the supreme swordsmanship of the 4 great holy lands. It was so exquisite that even the sword saints of the 4 great holy lands marveled at it. It was not impossible to call it the best swordsmanship in the world. As for the Moli Sword Saint's Moli swordsmanship, although it was not as famous as the Lingxi swordsmanship, it was still an unfathomable swordsmanship. It was not much inferior to the Lingxi swordsmanship when it was used. After all, it was the work of a sword saint who had meticulously studied it. What a pity! Chernzong could only change his plan and head towards the 10,000 Swords Mountain. This was because there were quite a few elites who had received the Eternal Sword Invitation this time, and most of them were saint-level elite. There were also sword cultivators of quasi-saint level, and so on. However, Chernzong was still unclear about the meaning of the Eternal Sword Scroll. Gathering a group of saint-level experts, how big of a deal was that? It could shake the heavens and earth. After all, every saint-level expert was an extremely powerful existence in this world. They were extraordinary supreme beings who could shake the heavens and earth with a stomp of their feet. They would not be mobilized easily. Now, the 10,000 Swords Mountain was using the Eternal Sword Invitation to invite the strongest swordsmen from all over the 10,000 Swords ancient realm. What was their purpose? Chunzong didn't know, but he was sure that it must be a big deal. Thinking of this, he became more interested. Of course, Chunzong didn't know what the so-called big deal was. He was more interested in those sword saints. The sword saints from all directions gathered at the 10,000 Swords Mountain. It was a spectacular sight. If he went there, he would be able to meet Sword Saint Chuyun, Sword Saint Lingxi, Sword Saint Emoli, and so on. He would be able to prove his swordsmanship to them. There were also sword saints from the 4 great holy land. It would save him a lot of time, so why not? After realizing this, Chunzong suddenly sped up and immediately headed in the direction of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. The 10,000 Swords Mountain was a mountain. It was a majestic and ancient mountain. From afar, it looked like a huge and ancient sword standing on the ground. It was vigorous and majestic, and the aura it exuded was extremely ancient. It was like a slumbering sword god from ancient times. Its aura was distant and desolate. Beams of sword light came from afar and stopped outside the 10,000 Swords Mountain. They reported their names and other things. Soon after, someone appeared to lead them into the 10,000 Swords Mountain. After a period of time, Chunzong also came. Looking at this tall and ancient mountain, he sighed inwardly. Just based on its appearance and aura, one could tell that this 10,000 Swords Mountain was astonishing and extraordinary. In Chunzong's eyes, the whole mountain was like a whole. It was tightly connected to the ground, as if it was a person's body and arm. A sword essence that was drawn but not released permeated the whole ancient mountain and pointed to the sky. The sword essence seemed subtle, but it was very tenacious. It was extremely tenacious. However, Chunzong was also very keen to distinguish that the sword essence was not a single one. Instead, it was a combination of many different sword essences. It seemed to be integrated in some strange way. They did not conflict with each other, but instead strengthened each other. Different sword cultivators would often condense different sword essences. Even if it was the same inheritance, there would be subtle differences in the sword essence. These differences were often dependent on one's experience, temperament, and so on. Moreover, there were differences in the bloodline. It was a combination of many aspects. Although the integrated sword essence was drawn but not released, its power was extremely shocking. In Chunzong's perception, once it burst out, its power would be extremely terrifying. It would destroy everything in its path. Even pristine Saint Realm experts would not be able to withstand it and would be injured or even killed directly. The foundation of the number 1 Saint Land in the ancient realm of 10,000 swords was indeed very terrifying. Sword Principal Junior Chunzong has come to visit with the Eternal Sword Invitation. Chunzong stood in the air outside the 10,000 Swords Mountain. His voice was not very loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Everyone in the 10,000 Swords Mountain could hear it. At this moment, the 10,000 Swords Mountain had naturally arranged for many people to be waiting. As long as someone came and reported their name, they would know if they were here to join in the fun by comparing it with the Eternal Sword Invitation list that was sent out. Then, they would make the corresponding arrangement. A sword light flew out from the 10,000 Swords Mountain at an extremely fast speed like a gust of wind. It appeared in front of Chunzong a dozen meters away. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and simple clothes. He gave people the impression that he was a woodcutter in the mountains. However, if you really thought of him as a woodcutter in the mountains, you would be gravely mistaken, because this person was a quasi-saint. The 10,000 Swords Mountain was extremely ancient. It was the first sacred land of the 10,000 Swords ancient realm, and also the first sacred land. It was also the strongest sacred land of the 10,000 Swords ancient realm. Even in the entire ancient profound world, its comprehensive strength could be ranked in the top 3 sacred land. It was very powerful. In such a powerful 10,000 Swords Mountain, not only did they have a divine ancestor-level sword master, but there were also several great saint-level sword principal experts. As for the number of pristine saint-level experts, there were even more pristine saint-level experts. The number of quasi-saints exceeded the pristine saint level. After all, a quasi-saint expert's lifespan was at least 5,000 years. A force like the 10,000 Swords Mountain naturally had secret techniques and treasures to extend one's lifespan. It was not difficult to extend the lifespan of a quasi-saint to 10,000 yuan. 10,000 years was a long time even for a saint-level expert, and a powerful force like the 10,000 Swords Mountain had an incomparably deep foundation. Almost every person who joined the 10,000 Swords Mountain had outstanding talent and extraordinary bloodline. It was easy for them to cultivate to the heaven level, and it was also not difficult for them to break through to the extreme realm. Even cultivating to the peak of the extreme realm and breaking through to the saint level was not too difficult. In this way, almost every 100 years there would be people who tried to break through to the saint level, but most of them failed. Even if they failed, the 10,000 Swords Mountain still had methods to increase their chances of survival. They would not die and their Tao would vanish, but instead become a quasi-saint. Although this method was not 100% effective, it was still not bad. Therefore, every 100 years, the 10,000 Swords Mountain would have at least one more quasi-saint, and at most 2 or 3 more quasi-saint. After 1,000 years, there would be at least a dozen more quasi-saints. The continuous accumulation of quasi-saints, including those who had reached the end of their lifespan, the 10,000 Swords Mountain definitely had dozens of quasi-saints. As Chen Zong had previously imagined, the number of quasi-saints in the entire ancient mystic world was actually an underestimate. Of course, Chen Zong still did not know that the 10,000 Swords Mountain had such a foundation. Otherwise, he would have been even more amazed by the strength of the ancient mystic world. It was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination, far beyond the outer universe. Your Excellency, are you the unparalleled Jendi Chenzong? I am the 10,000 Swords Mountain's Reverend Bluestone. The plain-looking middle-aged man in simple robes saluted Chen Zong with his sword, but he did not have much arrogance. In fact, most quasi-saints had failed to break through to the saint level and survived. Naturally, they did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Greetings, Reverend Bluestone. Chen Zong returned the salute. Every quasi-saint had a title, which could also be considered a title. After all, they already possessed a small portion of the power of a saint, which was equivalent to being recognized by the Tao of heaven and earth. Jendi, please show me the Eternal Sword Scroll first. Reverend Bluestone spoke again. He had seen the sword scroll in Chen Zong's hand with his own eyes and felt the unique aura it contained. He said again, Jendi, please follow me. When Chen Zong followed Reverend Bluestone into the 10,000 Swords Mountain, his body involuntarily trembled. The aura of the sword way here was so rich that it was simply astonishing. When Chen Zong first came to the 10,000 Swords ancient domain, he felt that the aura of the sword way here was very rich. There was even sword light that appeared, which was enough for some sword cultivators to comprehend. However, after entering the 10,000 Swords Mountain, Chen Zong realized that the aura of the sword way here was like comparing a pond to the sea. The difference between the two was indescribable. Even with Chen Zong's realm, when he stepped into the 10,000 Swords Mountain and felt the rich aura of the sword way here, he also felt enlightened. Of course, Chen Zong's realm of the sword way was at a supreme level. Being enlightened did not mean that he really gained anything. It was just a feeling. However, it was still shocking that Chen Zong had such a feeling. Jendi, there are many experts who came with the Eternal Sword Scroll. However, they are divided into 2 levels. One is the quasi-saints, and the other is the pristine saint. Reverend Bluestone said to Chen Zong, The pristine sword saints are arranged to stay in the sky sword pavilion. As for us quasi-saints, we are arranged to stay in the earth sword tower, which is below the sky sword pavilion. Chen Zong also took the opportunity to ask Reverend Bluestone about the newcomers. He was amazed. As expected, all the pristine saint stage experts in the myriad sword ancient domain had received the eternal sword invitation. Even some of the quasi-saints had also received the eternal sword invitation. However, not all of them were quasi-saints. After all, some of the quasi-saints were too old or too ordinary. They were not qualified to receive the eternal sword scroll. Although Chernzong was not a sword cultivator in the 10,000 swords ancient domain, he had made a great name for himself in the 10,000 swords ancient domain. His swordsmanship was extraordinary and very brilliant. Naturally, he was also qualified to receive the eternal sword scroll. As for why the Sanja sword saint's attitude was so arrogant, it was because he regarded Chernzong as a quasi-saint. Chapter 2999. Inside the Sky Sword Pavilion, there were many powerful auras. It was the gathering of pristine Saint Realm sword experts. There were pristine Saint Realm experts from the 10,000 Swords Mountain, pristine Saint Realm experts from the other 3 Holy Lands, sword saints from the 3 top heaven grade forces, and 2 rogue sword saints. The Earth Sword Pavilion was a place specially used to entertain the quasi-saints. Although it was called a pavilion, it was actually very big. It was surrounded by sword lights, and each sword light emitted a shocking aura. When Chernzong followed Sword Honorable Green Stone into the Earth Sword Pavilion, he saw dozens of figures gathered inside. All of them were quasi-saints. Even though Chernzong's current strength was not inferior to a pristine Saint Realm expert, and was even stronger than some pristine Saint Realm experts, he could easily kill a quasi-Saint Realm expert. However, it was still a spectacular scene to see dozens of quasi-saints in front of him. After all, quasi-saints were the strongest experts below the Saint Realm. Even though they had failed to break through to the Saint Realm, they were still unreachable existences to countless cultivators. It was rare to see them. If they knew that dozens of quasi-saints were gathered here at this moment, it was unknown how shocked they would be. Everyone, this is the unparalleled Jiandi Chernzong who has challenged the world with his sword in recent years. His sword skills are amazing. After Sword Honorable Green Stone led Chernzong into the Earth Sword Pavilion, he introduced him. It was his duty to let everyone know who had come. Hearing Sword Honorable Green Stone's words, dozens of quasi-saints gathered their gazes. Their gazes seemed to be solid, as if they could see through Chernzong. In an instant, the gazes of several tens of quasi-saint level sword cultivators focused over, and it brought along an indescribably shocking pressure. Even if it was Chernzong's supreme sword Dao, it instantly fluctuated, but it was suppressed in an instant and wasn't affected in the slightest, causing everyone to be endlessly amazed in their hearts. Chernzong calmly greeted everyone with a sword cultivator's greeting, then stepped into the Earth Sword Tower. Most of the others also greeted him back, but there were also some who ignored him and did not greet him back. Chernzong did not care about these people. Chernzong found an empty seat and sat down. He did not intend to communicate with these people, so he did not take the initiative to speak. Instead, he continued to comprehend the swordsmanship. Over the past few years, Chernzong had studied over 1,000 sword techniques. Some of them were strong, while some were weak. Naturally, there were also differences in the profoundness contained within them. The profoundness and essence of these sword techniques were all grasped by Chernzong and gradually integrated into the single-hearted sword principle. However, the fusion had yet to reach perfection. Thus, the single-hearted sword art had yet to truly transform and advance further. Why didn't they truly merge into one? It was not that Chernzong did not want to, but that he could not do so at the moment. It was as if he was missing some kind of opportunity or key point. Different sword techniques had different profoundness. Some profoundness could be combined, but some profoundness was difficult to combine. Chernzong wanted to combine the profoundness of over 1,000 sword techniques into his single-hearted sword principle. Due to the complexity of the matter, it was not that easy. However, this did not mean that it was impossible. He just lacked an opportunity. As for an opportunity, it was easy to say that it was easy. Perhaps when he saw something or heard something, he would be inspired, and the opportunity would appear. However, it was also difficult to say that it would take a lot of time and effort to find it. It was unpredictable. Your Excellency is walking the path of 10,000 swords. I am impressed. A gentle voice entered Chernzong's ears. Chernzong immediately looked over and saw a middle-aged man with a bitter expression smiling at him. I am the wise swordmaster, the eldest disciple of the sword sage of Lingxi Mountain. Back then, my junior brother, Lingguang, went to look for Your Excellency Jendi, and caused trouble for Your Excellency. I hope Your Excellency does not blame him. After all, my junior brother is still young, has some talent, and is more radical. It's all right. Because of this, I was able to see the profoundness of the Lingxi sword principle first. Chernzong replied with a smile. The two of them did not speak loudly and did not disturb the others. However, everyone present had a high level of cultivation. If they wanted to hear, they would naturally be able to hear everything clearly. To be able to see the profoundness of the Lingxi sword principle, that is because Your Excellency Jiandi's sword technique is outstanding and his comprehension is extraordinary. The wise swordmaster smiled again and said, Also, I would like to thank Your Excellency Jendi for your guidance. My junior brother's swordsmanship has reached a higher level. Brother wise swordmaster, although your junior brother Jendi has excellent swordsmanship, he is still too young. Chernzong stared at the wise swordmaster and his eyes shone brightly. I originally planned to go to Lingxi Mountain to see the profoundness of the Lingxi sword principle. Unexpectedly, I received the Eternal Sword invitation and came here. By chance, I met you. I hope to learn from you. Of course, of course. I am also very interested in your swordsmanship. Let's test it out using the method of comparison, the wise swordmaster said straightforwardly. The two of you, the 5 rings sword principle that I created myself has some merit. I wonder if I can test it out with the two of you. A quasi-sage laughed and said, My Mingyang swordmaster's Mingyang swordsmanship is also not ordinary, another person said. One person spoke, 2 people spoke, and the number of people who spoke increased. All of them wanted to participate in the test of swordsmanship. This was a gathering of dozens of quasi-sages, and it was very rare. It was not an easy thing to gather in normal times. Even in a powerful force like the 10,000 Swords Mountain, which had hundreds of quasi-sages, there were only 3 to 5 quasi-sages who could gather at one time. At most, there would be 10 quasi-sages. But now, dozens of quasi-sages had gathered, and all of them were sword cultivators. All of them had amazing attainments in swordsmanship, and each of them had their own unique insight. It was a very rare opportunity to test out swordsmanship. With so many people participating, Chernzong was naturally very happy. After all, every quasi-sage had lived for a long time. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed, being able to break through to the sage realm meant that their talent was outstanding. Their attainments in swordsmanship were superb, and their swordsmanship was naturally extraordinary. In Chernzong's plan, he did not look for those quasi-sages. However, it was an extremely rare opportunity to test out swordsmanship with so many quasi-sages. 1 or 2 tests were nothing, but with dozens of tests, it would be a collision of different swordsmanship mysteries and concepts. The sparks created from such a collision would become very vigorous and blazing. When new quasi-sages arrived, they were immediately shocked. When they heard many people expounding on their own swordsmanship concepts and the mysteries of swordsmanship, their first reaction was to think that they had come to the wrong place. Their second reaction was joy and ecstasy. Test out swordsmanship. It was a rare opportunity for dozens of quasi-sages to test out swordsmanship. They immediately participated without hesitation. As a result, more quasi-sages participated in this test of swordsmanship. Gradually, the number of quasi-sages participating in the test reached as high as 100. It was simply astonishing. During the process of testing out swordsmanship, some situations inevitably occurred. For example, some people were more irritable. As they spoke, they directly drew their swords and wanted to spar with them personally, using actual combat to explain the mysteries of their own swordsmanship. Different swordsmanship concepts were different, and some people were very stubborn in thinking that their own concept was the most correct. Once they were refuted, it was inevitable that they would explode and directly draw their swords to attack. The atmosphere was so lively that it even alarmed the sword saints of the Sky Sword Pavilion. After asking around, they found out what was going on. Immediately, all the sword saints burst into laughter. Especially when they found out who was the one who had first mentioned the verification of swordsmanship, they all had different expressions on their faces. For example, the lightning sword saint had a strange expression. In the end, he smiled mysteriously. However, when the other sword saints asked him why he was smiling like that, he refused to say anything. These people didn't know Chen Zong's true strength. After all, when the lightning sword saint revealed his strength, Chen Zong didn't really fight with the lightning sword saint. The people of the lightning sword sect also didn't spread the news, and the lightning sword saint also wouldn't deliberately spread the news. However, as long as they came into contact with him, the sword saints would probably know Chen Zong's true abilities. At that time, they would probably be very surprised, especially the 10,000 Swords Peak. They had actually arranged for Chen Zong to stay in the Earth Sword Tower, and treated him as a quasi-saint. After knowing the truth, wouldn't it be very interesting? The lightning sword saint admitted that he had a bit of a bad taste. In any case, it wasn't a big deal. In the Earth Sword Tower, hundreds of quasi-sages were still discussing and verifying their swordsmanship. Not only was it still going on, but it was also getting more and more intense. It had even reached the real stage of exchanging pointers. It felt like it was going with the flow. First, it was theoretical verification, discussion, and confrontation. Then, it became a real exchanging of swordsmanship. Of course, this was still a pure exchanging of swordsmanship. Otherwise, if they used their true strength, it would probably cause a lot of damage, which wasn't a good thing. A quasi-sage appeared in a flash and nodded to Chen Zong. At the same time, he said, "Sir Wushuang Jiendi, rumor has it that you walk the path of the myriad swords return to origin. I am very curious and would like to ask for your guidance. Please enlighten me." Chen Zong didn't shirk and immediately agreed. This was a rare opportunity. It was a pure exchanging of swordsmanship. Where else could one find such a good opportunity? Honestly speaking, the one who benefited the most from this exchange of swordsmanship was himself. After all, he walked the path of the myriad swords return to origin, while the others didn't. Therefore, at most, they could only learn from different swordsmanship and gain inspiration to improve their own swordsmanship. However, Chen Zong had truly absorbed the essence and mystery of other people's swordsmanship and integrated it into his own swordsmanship. The significance of this was completely different. The other quasi-sages stopped their discussion and watched attentively. Chen Zong's name was very well known these years. Many people also knew that he walked the path of the myriad swords return to origin. However, it was also publicly acknowledged that this path was difficult. Now, they wanted to see with their own eyes how superb this Jiandi's myriad swords return to origin was. Drawing the sword. The confrontation of different swordsmanship began. The sword light was fine and dazzling. It was extremely eye-catching, as if it could overpower all the brilliance in the world. This time, the swordsmanship seminar lasted for a few days. It only came to an end when all the experts who had received the Eternal Sword invitation had arrived. However, everyone still felt that it hadn't been enough. Chapter 3000. At the top of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the sky-high sword sage stood in the air. His sword will was like a giant pillar that pierced through the sky, forming a shocking and domineering sword radiance that connected the heavens and the earth. Just one look at it was enough to make one feel terrified. Gazing at the majestic figure that seemed to hold up the heavens and the earth, Chen Zong's heart was filled with indescribable amazement as he looked at the shocking, vigorous, and domineering sword will that connected the heavens and the earth. Was that the sword will of a sword cultivator in the Great Saint Realm? In the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the most powerful person was the leader of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, who was a supreme existence in the divine ancestor realm. After him were the three great saints. From this point, one could see that the 10,000 Swords Mountain was more powerful than the ancient Phoenix Mountain, because the only great saint in the ancient Phoenix Mountain was the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage. The Sky-High Sword Sage was one of the three great saints. He was ranked second only to the Skyscraping Sword Sage, who was ranked first. In the 10,000 Swords Mountain, he was also an extremely powerful existence. Even in the entire ancient Xian world, the Sky-High Sword Sage was equally famous. A sword cultivator in the Great Saint Realm was indeed much more powerful than a small saint. Currently, Chen Zong could match or even defeat some small saint sword cultivators, but he was definitely not an opponent in the Great Saint Realm. The gap between them was too big. Perhaps one day, when his inner world broke through its current limit and advanced to a higher realm, there would be a chance. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong stared at the Sky-High Sword Sage as he continued to comprehend his swordsmanship. Just now, in the Earth Sword Tower, hundreds of secondary saints discussed the mysteries of swordsmanship together. In the end, they sparred with each other, not for the sake of winning or losing, but to better understand the mysteries of swordsmanship. The help that it brought to Chen Zong was shocking. It was completely comparable to what he gained from studying thousands of swordsmanships over the past few years. In just a few days, Chen Zong was extremely satisfied with the result. At the same time, Chen Zong also had a strange feeling that his accumulation was nearing its limit. Perhaps when he had completely digested this accumulation, the single-hearted sword principle would find the opportunity to break through its current limit and advance to a higher level. Everyone, this time, the Aeon Sword Invitation has invited all of you here for the unknown lands. The Sky-High Sword Saint's voice was like the cry of a vast divine sword, directly entering everyone's ears. Whether it was a pristine saint or a quasi-saint, everyone heard it. The unknown place. Chen Zong could not help but mutter. In fact, Chen Zong still didn't know what the purpose of his visit was. The ones who really knew would probably be those sword saints. As for the secondary saints, they didn't know much about it either. In addition, they had been immersed in the verification and discussion of sword techniques for the past few days, so they couldn't extricate themselves from it. Therefore, no one pursued the matter. They should be able to find out about it when the time came. Now, it was time to unravel the mystery. The Myriad Swords Peak had sent out the Eternal Sword Scroll and gathered all the pristine Saint Stage sword cultivators and quasi-saint experts in the Myriad Swords ancient domain. What was the reason for such a big commotion? Was it for the so-called unknown lands? What exactly was the unknown place? Many people were also at a loss. Among all of you, there should be some who know the history of the Myriad Swords Peak, the Sky-High Sword Saint said unhurriedly. The Sky-Reaching Sword Saint said steadily, when the ancestor of the Myriad Swords was young, he fell into a spatial crack by accident. He entered an unknown place and obtained a fortuitous encounter, allowing him to advance by leaps and bounds. In the end, he founded the Myriad Swords Mountain and left behind his legacy, which is why the Myriad Swords Mountain is where it is today. Chen Zong was inwardly amazed. Was this the history of the Myriad Swords Peak's rise? After obtaining a fortuitous encounter in the unknown lands, he advanced by leaps and bounds, and then established the 10,000 Swords Mountain, leaving behind a supreme inheritance, which was how he had developed until now. Although there was no detailed process, and only a few words were used to describe it, it was enough to lead to a legendary story, which would be written into a book for future generations to admire. When the Myriad Swords ancestor founded the Myriad Swords Peak and called it a sacred ground, he laid down a great formation to constantly search for the unknown place and sense its fluctuations. Then, using the treasures the ancestor brought out from the unknown place as a guide, we gathered the strength of a group of saint experts to open a space-time crack and enter the unknown place again to seek an opportunity. The sword saints and quasi-saints immediately became excited when they heard the heavenly sword saints' words. Could it be that the purpose of the eternal sword scroll and gathering them was to enter the unknown place? It seems that everyone has already guessed. The heavenly sword saints' eyes were sharp and vast, filled with astonishing majesty. That's right. After 10,000 years, the formation left behind by the Myriad Swords ancestor has finally sensed the unknown place again. Sure enough, everyone became excited when they heard the heavenly sword saint's words. The unknown place. The Myriad Swords Peak's ancestor had obtained an extremely great opportunity from the unknown place, which was why he founded the Myriad Swords Peak. It had been passed down to this day, constantly developing and strengthening. Of course, the efforts of the Myriad Swords Peak's ancestor played a very large role, but the Myriad Swords ancestor's efforts and legacy still played a crucial role. The Myriad Swords ancestor had done so because he had obtained an opportunity from the unknown place. In other words, there was an indescribable opportunity in the unknown place. If he could obtain such an opportunity after entering the unknown place, let alone establishing an organization as powerful as the Myriad Swords Peak, just the Myriad Swords Peak alone would be greatly beneficial to him. Interest. Even Chernzong was the same. Although regular paths of cultivation were useless to him, there was no guarantee that there would be other opportunities in the unknown place that would be of use to him. This is the 10th time the Myriad Swords Peak has sensed the unknown place, but every time, we have to open a crack in spacetime to enter. It takes twice as much energy as the previous time, and a portion of the treasures will be damaged. The Heavenly Sword Saint said sternly, "Such an opportunity should belong to my Myriad Swords Peak, but from the 8th time onwards, it's already difficult for us to open a crack in spacetime with the strength of our Myriad Swords Peak. As a result, we've sent out the Ancient Sword Invitation to invite all the Sword Saints to come and work together. As a result, we've been able to enter the unknown place." As expected, a sliver of understanding appeared on the faces of some of the Sword Saints, as if they had already experienced it. This time, the energy required to open a crack in spacetime is twice as much as the previous time. After a discussion among the experts of the Myriad Swords Peak, we've decided to send out the Ancient Sword Invitation, inviting the Sword Saints and Quasi-Saints of the Myriad Swords Ancient Domain to participate as well. They'll obtain opportunities from the unknown place and strengthen the strength of the Way of the Sword in the Myriad Swords Ancient Domain. The Myriad Swords Peak could already open a crack in spacetime on their own during the first 7 times, so they naturally did not invite outsiders. However, from the 8th time onwards, the strength of the Myriad Swords Peak was insufficient, and they could only rely on external forces. The Sword Saints were not fools and would be easily fooled. Of course, they would want to understand and obtain opportunities from the unknown place. This was the 10th time, and the energy required to open a crack in spacetime was getting stronger and stronger. The Myriad Swords Peak was completely unable to support it, so they could only invite more people. According to the speculation of the experts of the Myriad Swords Peak, it was extremely likely that the treasures would truly be damaged after the 10th time, and there might not be an 11th time. Since that was the case, they might as well be generous and invite all the minor Saint Realm Sword Saints and those outstanding quasi-sages in the Myriad Swords Ancient Domain. Firstly, it would be easier to open a crack in spacetime to connect to the unknown place, and secondly, it would provide opportunities for everyone. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some opportunities from the unknown place and become stronger. If the people of the Myriad Swords Peak obtained some opportunities, then the Myriad Swords Peak would become even stronger. If the people of the Myriad Swords Peak did not obtain any opportunities and become stronger, then they would have to remember the kindness of the Myriad Swords Peak. It would also be beneficial for the Myriad Swords Peak. On the other hand, it would also strengthen the overall strength of the Myriad Swords' ancient domain. As for the previous times when they did not invite others, until now, there was nothing to criticize. After all, the treasures belonged to others. For example, one's own treasures and opportunities naturally belonged to oneself. Wasn't it normal to be unwilling to share them with others? Now that the Myriad Swords Peak was willing to share it with them, they were also grateful. If they really obtained some great opportunities from the unknown place, then this gratitude would turn into kindness. In the future, if the Myriad Swords Peak had any errands for them, as long as it did not go against their conscience or principles, they would most likely not refuse. Speaking of which, it was a win-win situation. However, it was still too early to talk about this. After all, they had only sensed the unknown place, and had not opened a crack in spacetime to enter and obtain any opportunities. Some people also jokingly call the unknown place the Eternal Sword Mausoleum. As for why it is called that, you will understand when you enter it. The Sky-High Sword Saint smiled and said, "Before you really contribute to opening the spacetime crack in the unknown place, I have some information to share with all of you." Hearing the Sky-High Sword Saint's words, everyone immediately gathered their thoughts and listened attentively. Our Myriad Swords Peak has entered the unknown place 9 times, but each time we enter, we will not appear in the same place. The Sky-High Sword Saint said solemnly, "Therefore, the Myriad Swords Peak does not know whether we will appear in the same place as before or in a new place. However, other than the opportunities in the unknown place, there are also dangers. These dangers may even cause the death of a saint-level expert." Hearing the Sky-High Sword Saint's words, everyone's expression changed and became solemn. It was normal for there to be dangers. After all, if one wanted to obtain an opportunity, how could one not experience danger? Even if one wanted to obtain an opportunity within the sect, one would need to go through a test to prove that one was qualified. However, the dangers that could endanger the life of a saint-level expert were not ordinary. In the first few times, our Myriad Swords Peak lost 5 pristine saint-level experts. The Sky-High Sword Saint continued, causing everyone to be even more shocked. 5 pristine saint-level experts. How difficult was it to reach the pristine saint level? After reaching the pristine saint level, one's lifespan would increase greatly. It would be at least 100,000 years. Their saint body would be strengthened, and their resistance to external attacks would be strengthened. Their self-healing ability would also be greatly improved, making them difficult to kill. However, 5 of them had died in the unknown place. This raised everyone's perception of the unknown place to another level. Chapter 3001. The Skypillar Sword Saint shared all sorts of information about the unknown lands with the Sword Saints and Secondary Saints, not hiding anything. This was because this might be the last time they would be able to find and enter the unknown lands, so there was no point in hiding any information. It was better to let them know a little more, which would make it safer and more convenient for them. If they were to obtain some sort of fortune from this, they would be even more grateful to the Myriad Swords Mountain. Now I've told everyone about the unknown place. Please get ready and follow me to the 10,000 Swords World-Shattering Array. Prepare to activate the array to open the spacetime crack and connect to the unknown place, the Sky-High Sword Saint said with a smile. Everyone digested the information and knew that the highest cultivation level to enter the unknown place could not be above the pristine saint stage. In other words, Eminent Saint Stage and Divine Ancestor Stage experts could not enter because the space-time crack could not withstand the power of Eminent Saint Stage expert. Naturally, it could not withstand the power of Divine Ancestor Stage expert. If Eminent Saint Stage and Divine Ancestor Stage experts wanted to enter, the space-time crack would collapse and cause the space-time to be destroyed. The consequences were very terrifying. Eminent Saint Stage experts would not be able to withstand it and would be killed directly. As for Divine Ancestor Stage experts, they would not be able to gain any benefits and would suffer heavy losses. If they were unlucky, they would die directly. In this way, the strongest person who could enter could only be at the Pristine Saint Stage. In the past, it was only the Pristine Saint Stage experts from the 10,000 Swords Mountain who entered. Now there were other Pristine Saint Stage experts and even quasi-saint. In short, according to the 10,000 Swords Mountain's plan, this was the last time they went to the unknown place to reap benefit. Of course, there was danger, but if they wanted to obtain opportunities, they would have to bear the corresponding danger, even the danger of death. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. If there was, it might be accompanied by a trap. Void Spirit. Chernzong narrowed his eyes slightly because the sky-high sword saint had said that there was a strange existence in the unknown place. They named it Void Spirit and it was very dangerous. Why was it called the unknown place? It was because until now they did not know the name of the place or what kind of existence it was. If it was not for the treasure brought by Ancestor 10,000 Swords as a primer and the array's power to constantly search, they would not be able to find its existence. There were too many unknowns, so Ancestor 10,000 Swords named it the unknown place. However, due to the environment within, it was jokingly called the Eternal Sword Ruins. As for why it was called this, one would know after entering it. Now, it was time to activate the full power of the formation, open a space-time crack, connect to the unknown lands, and build a stable passageway to enter. The 10,000 Swords world-breaking array was located in the belly of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. It was very hidden, but the 10,000 Swords Mountain did not try to hide it from others. Instead, they openly brought them in. This was confidence, the confidence of the number 1 Sword Dao Holy Land. The strength of the 10,000 Swords Mountain was very tyrannical. It was one of the top 3 super-existences in the ancient profound world. Moreover, the combat strength of sword cultivators had always been very famous. Adding on the profound foundation of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, it was not easy for other powerhouses to invade the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Even divine ancestor powerhouses would find it difficult to do so. The 10,000 Swords Mountain was very large, and the belly of the mountain was very wide. It was at least tens of thousands of meters in radius. The surrounding rocks had been reinforced and became extremely hard. In Chernzong's perception, even a quasi-saint powerhouse might not be able to destroy it. In the middle of this huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall, about 10,000 meters in diameter, there was a circular meter-tall mountain. The platform was silver-gray in color and covered in veined patterns. The veined patterns were either straight or curved, and every one of them was filled with the sharpness of a sword and the aura of sword intent. A sword formation. This 10,000-meter-wide platform was a huge formation disc. It was a formation disc that contained a sword formation. This was the 10,000 Swords world-breaking array that Sword Saint Qingtian had mentioned. In the center of the formation disc was a large sword. It looked gray and inconspicuous, and seemed to be made of stone. It looked a little rough, and it felt like a weapon used by primitive people. The sword was inserted straight in the center of the 10,000 Swords world-breaking array. One part of it was in the center of the formation disc, and the other part was exposed. The part that was exposed was 5 meters tall. It did not look like a weapon used by ordinary people, but more like a weapon used by giants. Of course, powerful weapons could be enlarged or shrunk, so it was not a big deal. The rough gray sword seemed to be made of stone, but there were many veined patterns on it. Upon closer inspection, one would find that they were not veined patterns, but cracks. Instinctively, Chern Zong felt that the large stone sword contained an extremely terrifying power. Once it burst out, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist it and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Everyone, this is the formation disc of the 10,000 Swords world-breaking array. Now, please stand in a circle around this formation disc, Sword Saint Qingtian said solemnly. Under his command, the group of pristine Saint Realm sword cultivators and quasi-sages of 10,000 Swords Mountain stood in a circle around the 10,000 Swords world-breaking array. There were sword saints and quasi-sages next to them. With such an arrangement, they finally formed a circle around the 10,000-meter-wide formation disc. From this point, it also showed that the 10,000 Swords Mountain had actually prepared the Eternal Sword invitation. There was a limit to the number of Eternal Sword scrolls that could be sent out. It was not just a consideration of reputation and talent. All the sword saints and quasi-sages stood in a circle and held their breath. However, the quasi-sages were secretly excited. Why were they excited? Because they were going to enter the unknown place? This was not the main reason. The main reason was the Sword Saint Qingtian's words just now. To the Sword Saints, it was just a surprise, but to the quasi-sages, it was like a thunderclap, enlightening even the apathetic. This was because there were quasi-sages of 10,000 Swords Mountain who had found great opportunities in the unknown place and obtained the hope of breaking through to the Saint Realm again. Although the success rate was not 100% or even 50%, it was estimated that the success rate was about 10% according to the 10,000 Swords Mountain's previous gains. 10%. At first, it did not sound high, but after analyzing it, one would find that it was actually very high. One must know that the success rate of a Heaven Realm expert breaking through to the Saint Realm was not even 1 in 1,000, and 10% was 1 in 10. Because of this, the 10,000 Swords Mountain had a few more pristine Saint Realm sword cultivators. Not to mention 10%, even a 1% chance was enough to make the quasi-sages pay for it. They would not hesitate even if they might lose their lives. This was the reason why the quasi-sages were excited. They knew the power of the Saint Realm and knew the ability of the Saint Realm. Who wouldn't want to become a Saint Realm expert? If it was a Heaven Realm expert, there would still be some hope. However, quasi-sages had already failed to break through to the Saint Realm. To a certain extent, they were considered failures. The unknown place. Everyone, listen to my command. Release your power into the disc array. Activate the disc array completely and use the sword at the center of the disc array to break open the space-time gap and connect to the unknown place. We will build a stable door so that all of you can step into the unknown place to seek opportunities, the Sword Saint Qingtian said loudly. Everyone listened to the Sword Saint Qingtian's instructions and gathered their power. Then they unleashed it. In an instant, sword might shook the sky and filled the belly of the mountain. Every sword might was extremely tyrannical, as if it could destroy everything. Once they gathered and erupted, they could destroy space-time and annihilate everything. Such tyrannical power poured into the myriad sword realm-shattering disc array from different directions at the same time. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out and the disc array actually trembled. The sword patterns on the disc array also started to shine from the edges. They flowed rapidly like flowing water and rapidly gathered toward the center. In the end, it was like 1,000 streams returning to the sea and 10,000 swords returning to the sect. They all spread toward the gray, stone-like sword in the center of the disc array. Extremely powerful power poured into the disc array, and the sword started to tremble as if it was going to fly away from the disc array. As the power continued to pour in, the sword trembled more and more violently. However, it was still not enough. It still did not truly leave the disc array. Above the disc array, streams of aura also started to appear. Every stream of aura was sword chi. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, and the number kept increasing. Finally, it stopped at 10,000 streams of aura. 10,000 strands of sword chi, each as thick as an arm, emitted a dazzling brilliance as if they were corporeal. They whistled through the air above the disc formation and revolved around the large sword in the center. Activate. Everyone was activating their own power and pouring it into the myriad sword realm-shattering disc array. The power became more tyrannical, and the power that was poured into the sword became more vigorous like an endless torrent. Around the disc array of the myriad sword realm-shattering disc array, there were a total of 25 pristine saint stage sword cultivators and 100 quasi-saint sword cultivators. Among them, the 4 great saint lands had sent out 5 pristine saint stage sword cultivators each. Although there were more than 5 pristine saint stage sword cultivators in the 4 great saint lands, it was impossible for all of them to be sent out. It should be known that the unknown place was dangerous. Even saint stage sword cultivators might die in there. To put it bluntly, what if all of them were wiped out? That wasn't impossible. Moreover, no saint stage sword cultivator could be missing in any of the saint lands. Although there were still great saint stage sword cultivators, it was impossible for them to be sent out whenever something happened. The 4 great saint lands had sent out a total of 20 pristine saint stage sword cultivators, while the 3 top heaven-grade forces only had 1 pristine saint stage sword cultivator. All of them were sent out. There were also 2 rogue pristine saint stage sword cultivators. In total, there were 25 pristine saint stage sword cultivators. As for the quasi-saints, there were exactly 100 of them. Most of them were from the 4 great saint lands, while the rest were from the heaven-grade forces and rogue cultivators. Such a force was also very shocking. If they joined forces, they could fight against a great saint stage sword cultivator. If they cooperated well, they might even be able to injure or even kill a great saint stage sword cultivator. What a terrifying force! There were a total of 125 people, and they were also the ones who wanted to enter the unknown land. Because they wanted to enter, they had to activate the power of the myriad sword world-shattering array and use their power to activate the power of the stone sword. Thus, they would be tainted by the aura of the stone sword, which was equivalent to obtaining a pass. Only then could they truly enter the unknown lands. As for the others who were not going to enter, they could not help to pour their power into the formation. Otherwise, there would be negative effects. Chapter 3002. Gathering all the power of 25 pristine saints and 100 quasi-sages, the myriad swords realm-piercing array was immediately pushed to the extreme. 10,000 rays of sword chi circled around the array disc endlessly. The stone sword in the center of the array disc also left the array disc. The runes on it lit up one by one, and the aura it exuded was extremely tyrannical. This was an astonishing power that surpassed the great saint realm. The sword will within it was incomparably ancient, and there was an indescribable will contained within it. Everyone was shocked to find that the stone sword that exuded such a tyrannical aura was actually a broken sword. This broken sword was 7 meters long, and the broken parts were the sword edge and the sword tip. According to its shape and width, the total length should be about 10 meters. A 10-meter-long sword was probably a weapon used by giant. Although this sword was broken, the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Even a great saint realm expert like the sky-high sword saint looked solemn. Although it was not the first time he felt it, every time he felt it, he would be greatly moved. The group of experts all stared at the broken sword. Not only did they feel that its aura was extremely powerful, but it also contained boundless mysteries. It made them feel like they had gained something, but they couldn't tell what it was for the time being. Chen Zong's eyes flickered endlessly. He had the deepest feeling because Chen Zong's perception was the sharpest among all the people present. His comprehension was also the highest. In terms of the foundation of swordsmanship, he was also second to none. Coupled with the uniqueness of the chaotic prime realm, Chen Zong's gains were greater than all of them. However, Chen Zong still did not really comprehend anything. It only left a trace of impression, a kind of feeling brand. In the next moment, the broken sword was suddenly raised. It was as if an invisible giant sword cultivator was holding this sword. He condensed his most tyrannical sword will and waved the most tyrannical sword he had learned in his life towards the void. That sword was the peak of his life and the peak of swordsmanship. When the sword was swung out, Chen Zong felt as if a part of the darkness had been cleaved apart. The spiritual imprint in his mind also seemed to have been cleaved apart. However, an even stronger and clearer imprint was left behind, containing endless mysteries. The space within the formation paused, and even time stopped flowing. It was as if time and space had been imprisoned. Only the gray sword light that was slashed out was not eye-catching. It looked very ordinary, but in an instant it burst out with incomparably terrifying power. Time was cut in half in an instant, and the void was also cut open in an instant. A crack in the void was torn open by the sword. Then 10,000 rays of sword chi rushed into the crack in the void, causing the crack to expand. Finally, under the shocked gazes of everyone, it formed a door that was almost illusory, and a trace of an indescribable mysterious aura gradually spread out from the door. Under everyone's shocked. A door, and the aura of the ruins. It was called the aura of ruins, it was the aura of the unknown. Because it was the aura of the unknown. Of the unknown. Was. According to the experience of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the aura of ruins was harmless. Over 10,000 rays of sword chi entered the door, forming it. The broken sword hovered above the door, motionless. It scattered layers of sword chi, firmly enveloping the door and stabilizing it. However, everyone sharply discovered that the number of cracks on the broken sword had increased. "Everyone, you can enter now," said the sky-reaching sword saint. "But remember, when you sense the summoning of the formation, you need to return to where you entered as quickly as possible and return through the door. If you're too slow, it's extremely likely that you won't be able to return. You'll remain in the unknown lands forever. No one knows what will happen if you remain there." None of them could ignore those words because it concerned their lives. Even though the sky-reaching sword saint had said it before, he only emphasized it again to deepen everyone's impression of it. From the looks of it, the stone sword can't be used an 11th time. In that case, we'll do our best to maintain it so that everyone can stay in the unknown lands for a longer period of time and seek out even more fortuitous encounters. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Mountain stepped through the door first. They all turned into streaks of light and shot off like streaks of light, disappearing in an instant. The moment someone rushed through the door, there would be ripples on the door, and the cracks on the stone sword above the door would increase even more. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 experts had all entered the door. The sky-reaching sword saint stood guard outside the formation silently. Firstly, he was there to guard the place, and secondly, he was there to keep an eye on the situation and prevent any accidents from happening. A large amount of ruin chi blew over like a gust of wind, causing Chen Zong's hair and robes to rustle. When the ruin chi blew over, Chen Zong did not sense any threat. However, he was still interested and carefully sensed it. The ruin chi was very wondrous. He could clearly sense it, but when he sensed it more closely, it did not seem to exist. This made Chen Zong even more curious. In the end, Chen Zong thought of a description. It was like a mirage. He could see it, but when he sensed it more closely, it did not seem to exist. It was like it existed in a different space and time. It was a very wondrous feeling. As he thought, darkness greeted his eyes. It grew darker and darker. Chen Zong plunged into the darkness and disappeared as if he had been swallowed. When Chen Zong could see clearly again, he saw a door glowing faintly. Strands of sword chi surrounded the door. It was the sword chi that formed the door. Streaks of sword light shot out and disappeared into the door. When it was Chunzong's turn, Chunzong felt as if he had crossed something. He felt as if he had broken through something tough. After breaking through, a large amount of ruin chi came over like a gust of wind. Chunzong felt that his body was completely enveloped by a large amount of ruin chi. Chunzong found that his inner world could not isolate the ruin chi. Instead, it was absorbed into his inner world. However, it was not affected. The ruin chi did not linger in Chunzong's inner world. Instead, it swept past like a gust of wind. Is this the unknown place? The Mausoleum of Swords, the Eternal Mausoleum of Swords. No wonder it has such a nickname. A murmur sounded beside Chunzong and entered his ears. When Chunzong looked around, he was also surprised and shocked. Ruins, ruins. What they saw in front of them was a ruin. The ground was cracked and broken, and the sky was full of cracks. There was a kind of ancient desolation that made people's hearts tremble. Just the ground and sky that were full of cracks seemed to have been destroyed by the ancient gods and demons. The collapse of the battle had shocked everyone. One should know that these people weren't ordinary people. They were at least quasi-saint realm and pristine saint realm. Each of them was experienced and knowledgeable. There were very few things that could move them at first sight. However, the scene in front of them had directly impacted their mind. In the distance, there were countless broken palaces and half-collapsed mountains. They could even see swords that were scattered on the ground and broken walls. Those swords did not look ordinary. They were very large, at least 4 to 5 meters long. They were all large swords. Perhaps they had various colors in the past, but now they were only gray. Someone approached the swords. After a few careful glances, he reached out and pulled the swords out. After all, the swords here looked similar to the gray stone sword in the 10,000 Swords realm-breaking array of the 10,000 Swords mountain. Could they be the same treasure? If so, wouldn't they have profited greatly? As long as they brought them out, they could set up a formation similar to the 10,000 Swords realm-breaking array. They could sense the existence of the unknown place and enter it again. However, if it was so simple, did the 10,000 Swords mountain not know how to bring back the swords here when they entered the unknown place before? Were there restrictions? Or were there other reasons? Unless these swords just looked like them, and were not the kind of supreme treasure that the 10,000 Swords mountain's ancestor had first obtained. However, the sword saint of the 10,000 Swords mountain had also said that every time they entered the unknown place, they would appear in a different place. There was no experience to follow. Perhaps they had not encountered these stone swords in the previous 9 times? In the end, it turned out that they had been thinking too much. These stone swords were not treasures. Perhaps they were treasures many years ago, but now they were no longer treasures. They could not withstand the erosion of time and eventually lost their powerful strength, becoming ordinary objects. Everyone checked one after another, and it was indeed so. It should be known that the stone swords of the 10,000 Swords mountain contained a very powerful and terrifying power. However, the stone swords here did not contain any power. They could even break them with a little force. Although everyone was a little disappointed, they quickly eliminated the possibility. Although there were opportunities in the unknown place that were useful to quasi-sages and sages, they were not everywhere. It was impossible to obtain any opportunities as soon as they entered. Even if they could, there would not be so many opportunities at the same time. It was not like they were growing cabbages that could be found everywhere. Brother Chun, do you want to go together? Wise Sword Master invited Chunzong to form a team. Although there was information from the 10,000 Swords mountain, what appeared now was something that the 10,000 Swords mountain had never been here before. If they formed a team, it would be better for them to work together to save their lives if they encountered any danger. As for opportunities, if they could not even save their lives, then no amount of opportunities would be useful. It was not that they did not want to join forces with the Sword Saints, but the Sword Saints were much stronger than them. If they joined forces, the quasi-sages would only be a burden to the Sword Saints. Even Sword Saint Lingxi did not ask his eldest disciple, wise Sword Master, to join them. In this place, Sword Saints could obtain opportunities, and quasi-sages could also obtain opportunities. Since that was the case, they had to do their best to seek opportunities and rely on their own abilities to obtain them. Moreover, the unknown place was very big. The places that Sword Saints could go were even more dangerous, and quasi-sages could not set foot in at all. Chapter 3003. In the Sword Tower of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, a group of secondary saints were verifying their sword technique. The sword techniques that Chen Zong displayed made everyone admire him. His sword techniques were superb, and he was also a secondary saint. He definitely wouldn't be weak. Therefore, other than the wise swordmaster, the other secondary saints all invited Chen Zong to form a team. There was a particular way to form a team. It wasn't as simple as finding random people to form a team. There had to be a choice and choose the most suitable ones. Moreover, the more people in a team, the better. It was true that the more people there were, the stronger the strength of the team, and the stronger the overall strength that could be unleashed. However, the human heart couldn't be controlled. Every one of them was a secondary saint and could be considered outstanding. They all had their own subjective consciousness and wouldn't easily listen to anyone's orders. If there wasn't a backbone, once they encountered an unexpected situation, it would be easy for conflicts to arise and they would become a pile of loose sand. Therefore, forming a team with 2 or 3 or even 3 or 4 people was undoubtedly the most suitable. They could take care of all sides. Chen Zong instantly became the target of many secondary saints' invitations. However, in the end, Chen Zong didn't form a team with any of the secondary saints. Instead, he formed a team with the Lightning Sword Sect's Lightning Sword Saint. This scene caused everyone to feel surprised and puzzled. Even if the Lightning Sword Saint thought highly of Chen Zong and wanted to guide Chen Zong, it shouldn't be in such a place, right? Opportunities. The opportunities in the unknown lands were quite useful even for sages. It was a rare opportunity to come here. How could they miss it? A sword saint and a secondary saint, regardless of identity, status, or strength, they were all unequal. The places that a sword saint could go, a secondary saint couldn't because they couldn't withstand the level of danger. Once they encountered a strong enemy, would the Lightning Sword Saint risk his life to protect Chen Zong? Or would he use Chen Zong as a shield to fight for a chance of survival? All in all, there were many guesses in an instant. Some guessed that the Lightning Sword Saint thought too highly of Chen Zong and wanted to guide him. Some thought that the Lightning Sword Saint had ulterior motives and wanted to make use of Chen Zong. No matter what, Chen Zong formed a team with the Lightning Sword Saint and left quickly. Only Chen Zong and the Lightning Sword Saint knew the inside story. Sword Saint. Although Chen Zong appeared to be a quasi-sage, he was actually a sword saint. At the very least, he possessed the strength of a sword saint. The Lightning Sword Saint believed that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Chen Zong by himself. As for how strong Chen Zong was, it was still unclear. The shattered earth seemed to be filled with darkness. It was like an abyss, giving people an ominous feeling. The Lightning Sword Sage casually chatted with Chen Zong about his experiences in swordsmanship. At the same time, his eyes shone brightly as he observed his surroundings. The dark and broken sky gave off a feeling that it would collapse at any moment. When one looked at it, one would feel uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if there was some terrifying existence hidden behind the broken sky, such as a giant beast or an evil spirit. It made one not dare to look at it for too long. It was as if a great horror would appear if one looked at it for too long. In the distance there were broken walls, collapsed mountains, and dark shadows. This unknown place that was jokingly called the Eternal Sword Ruins, just what kind of fortuitous encounters were there? Could it be that they were here to search for treasures? What was the fortuitous encounter that the myriad sword forefather had obtained all those years ago? Was it just the stone sword? Not necessarily. The stone sword might have been incidental. The real fortuitous encounter should be the inheritance, a supreme inheritance. This inheritance was called the myriad sword forefather's rise. He skyrocketed and established the myriad sword mountain as a holy land. It had been passed down to this day, and became the #1 holy land in the myriad sword ancient realm. In the entire ancient profound world, it could be ranked in the top 3 or even second. However, this place looked like a ruin. How could there be any fortuitous encounters? Recalling the various information that the sky-reaching sword sage had given him, he had mentioned that every time he entered the unknown place, he would appear in a different place. However, it was indeed a ruin. It was jokingly called the Eternal Sword Ruins, and it was worthy of its name. In other words, the fortuitous encounter was there. It was just that he had not found it yet. As for how to find the fortuitous encounter, the sky-reaching sword sage had also provided the corresponding information. It was the void spirit. After killing the void spirit and finding the space-time fragment, one could obtain the fortuitous encounter from it. As for what kind of fortuitous encounter it was not clear. There was no way to judge, and it was random. Void spirit and space-time fragment. Chen Zong muttered to himself as he responded to the lightning sword sage. Unknowingly, the two of them had walked a very long distance, but they did not obtain anything. Many of the things here were broken and had lost their power of the past. However, the weapons left here were all in the shape of swords and looked like ruins. This was the origin of the name Mausoleum of Swords. There was no concept of time in the Eternal Sword Ruins. It was very strange. A figure had appeared in front of them without them noticing. It moved slowly, as if it was pacing back and forth. Chen Zong and the lightning sword sage's eyes suddenly focused as they saw the black figure clearly. Void spirit. The lightning sword sage could not help but show a touch of joy. According to the information that the sky-reaching sword sage had said, one of the dangers of the unknown place was the void spirit. It was a kind of spirit that wandered in the unknown place. It was very dangerous. The weak ones had the strength of a quasi-saint, while the strong ones had the strength of a saint level. Even more powerful ones had the strength of a great saint. Although the void spirit was very dangerous, it was also one of the opportunities. After killing the void spirit, one could obtain a wisp of power, which was called void force by the people of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Its full name was the power of the void spirit. The main source of opportunities in the unknown place was the space-time fragment. However, even if one found a space-time fragment, one would need the power of the void spirit to stimulate its power. Only with enough power of the void spirit could the power of the space-time fragment be stimulated and then obtain opportunities from it. Different space-time fragments required different amounts of power of the void spirit to be stimulated. Chen Zong and the lightning sword sage did not move, but the lightning sword sage had already made the first move. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light turned into a blazing thunderbolt in an instant. It shattered the vacuum and directly attacked the black figure thousands of meters away. The thunderbolt sword light was so fast that it arrived in a flash. The void spirit, which had been moving slowly and erratically, seemed to be stimulated by something. It suddenly burst out and sped up, turning into a black light to avoid the thunderbolt strike. Then it let out a terrible roar that sounded like a beast's roar or a ghost's howl. In an instant, it had crossed thousands of meters and pounced on the lightning sword sage. Chen Zong finally saw the appearance of the void spirit clearly. It stood upright like a human, but its whole body was black, as if it was condensed by countless black smoke. Its arms were very long, longer than its knees, and there were not only one but two joints, which made its arms look like three-section whip. It was very flexible, and the tips of its 5 fingers were extremely sharp, like the claws of demons. However, its lower body did not have 2 legs but 4 legs. 4 legs that appeared to be very thick and strong. When the 4 legs moved, the speed of its running was extremely fast and shocking to the extreme, as if it was a spark of flint. In an instant, the void spirit turned into a streak of extremely ferocious black light. It seemed to carry an incomparably terrifying power. It gathered all of its power into its arms and pounced on the Thunder Sword Saint, intending to tear him apart. The Lightning Sword Sage growled and waved his sword again. The sword light was like a thunderbolt explosion, containing a terrible power. It was his thunderbolt swordsmanship. After verifying it with Chern Zong and comprehending it for a while, he had improved a lot of its mysteries and power. The sword broke through the air at an extremely fast speed and directly hit the void spirit that was pouncing on him. However, the void spirit was extremely flexible. Even though it was pouncing on him at an extremely fast speed, it still managed to dodge the Lightning Sword Sage's powerful sword strike. However, when it dodged the Lightning Sword Sage's attack, it happened to collide with Chern Zong's sword strike. The single-hearted swordsmanship. Sword 1. This strike contained the mysteries of many sword arts. Even though it had yet to be completely fused into one, it was already very wondrous. When the strike was unleashed, it was shockingly much faster than the Lightning Sword Saint's Lightning Burst sword technique. The sound it made was extremely subtle, and its aura was restrained, making it even harder for others to detect. The void spirit was directly hit by the sword, and its body was penetrated. It let out an extremely shrill howl, as if it was suffering great pain. The howl was so sharp that it seemed to be piercing the eardrums and tearing the vacuum. Chern Zong and the Lightning Sword Sage frowned unconsciously. It was not a good feeling. However, this sword strike did not kill the void spirit, but only made its body fade a little. The Lightning Sword Sage seized the opportunity and struck the void spirit's body with his sword. A part of its power was immediately consumed, and the void spirit's body became even fainter. The two of them joined forces. At this time, they didn't care about anything. First, they would kill the void spirit and obtain its power. They came here to seek opportunities, and it was uncertain how long they could stay here. Perhaps they would have to leave soon. Therefore, they should use all their abilities and means to seek opportunities instead of using the dignity and reserve of expert. The void spirit was indeed difficult to deal with. Its true strength might be stronger than that of a quasi-sage, but it was not as strong as a pristine saint. The key was that it was difficult to kill. Every sword strike only consumed a part of its power and made its body fade. However, Chern Zong and the Lightning Sword Sage were both keenly aware that when the void spirit was hit and its body faded, the surrounding void chi also rushed into its body to replenish its power. In this way, the difficulty of killing the void spirit was further increased. Chern Zong and the Lightning Sword Sage finally understood why the Sky-Reaching Sword Sage said that the void spirit in the unknown place was very dangerous. For a quasi-sage, it was very difficult to contend with such a level of power unless several quasi-sages joined forces and went through a fierce battle to slowly wear it to death. Now Chern Zong and the Lightning Sword Sage joined forces. Although they did not use their full strength and only attacked with swordsmanship, they still failed to kill it immediately, which showed how difficult it was to deal with. Why didn't they use their full strength to kill it? Because they had just encountered a void spirit. They had to spend some time to understand it first and truly experience the characteristics of the void spirit. Only then could they better target and kill it and save time later. After all, the void spirit they encountered should be a quasi-sage void spirit. If they encountered a pristine Saint Realm void spirit, wouldn't it be even more difficult to kill it? As for a great Saint Realm void spirit, once they encountered one, they should run as far and as fast as they could. In short, they should stay as far away as possible. Otherwise, they would be killed. Chapter 3004. 3000 Thunder Slashes. Lightning flashed around the Thunder Sword Saint, and lightning flashed in his eyes. As he slashed out with his sword, thousands of thunderbolts flashed and turned into 3,000 streaks across the sky. Each streak was either straight or zigzagging, and each one was filled with amazing power. They burst out in an instant and shattered everything. When the 3,000 streaks of terrifying thunderbolts passed by, they left 3,000 arcs with different trajectories, tearing the void of the unknown place apart. The 3,000 streaks of thunderbolts crisscrossed and seemed to weave into a huge thunderbolt net that enveloped everything. It shrouded an area of 3,000 meters in the sky and then quickly shrank. Each streak of thunderbolt sword light carried a terrifying and violent power, completely enveloping the void spirits in it. Good sword technique. Chen Zong was secretly amazed. Any sword saint, even the most ordinary sword saint, was extraordinary. After all, it was impossible to become a sword saint without sufficient attainments in the way of the sword. It was also impossible without sufficient talent. With sufficient talent and attainments in the way of the sword as a foundation, it was not difficult to create some powerful swordsmanship and sword techniques with one's own efforts and accumulation. In particular, those sword saints who had lived for tens of thousands of years had a long time as resources. Their self-created swordsmanship became more and more perfect, and their sword skills became more and more powerful. The thunderous 3,000 slashes. 3,000 streams of thunderbolt sword light were extremely explosive, and each of them contained the astonishing profoundness and prowess of the thunderbolt 100 slashes sword technique. When they gathered together, they covered a range of 3,000 meters. It was as if the 3,000 meters had turned into a thunderbolt domain, enveloping everything within it. There was nowhere to escape, and the powerful enemies within it would be suppressed, obliterated, and killed. This was the fifth void spirit that Chen Zong and the Thunder Sword Saint had encountered. The first four void spirits were not very strong. They only had the power of a quasi-saint. They were difficult to deal with but difficult to kill. However, after trying with the first void spirit, they found a faster way to kill void spirit. He didn't need to use his full strength. He only needed to control the power of his attack. Moreover, to deal with a void spirit, the best move was to cover the entire body of the void spirit and cause more significant damage. The void spirit covered by the Thunder Sword Saint's unique skill was the fifth void spirit they had encountered. Moreover, it was a pristine saint stage void spirit. A pristine saint realm void spirit not only possessed the power of the pristine saint realm, but it was also more difficult to kill it. It was at least 10 times harder than a quasi-saint void spirit. Even if Chen Zong and the Thunder Sword Saint joined forces and were powerful enough to suppress this pristine saint realm void spirit, it was still very difficult to kill it. Under the thunderclap 3,000 kills, the void spirit was attacked by streaks of thunderbolts and sword light. Wisps of black aura kept dispersing from its body, and its body was gradually fading. When the 3,000 thunderbolt sword lights dissipated, the body of the pristine saint stage void spirit became much fainter. However, a large amount of void chi gathered from all directions into its body and quickly recovered. The sword light suddenly became a mountain. One sword light turned into 10, 10 into 100, and 100 into 1,000. Every sword light condensed an astonishing sword intent and power. It was completely contained within the sword light. It tore through the sky and cut across the sun and moon. Kill! It was Chen Zong who made his move. The timing of his move was exactly the moment when the thunderclap 3,000 kills stopped. There was no gap at all. The void spirit was hit by the sword again, and its body was injured again. Thousands of sword lights attacked at the same time, causing great damage. The power of the single-hearted sword art was still very terrifying. Unfortunately, each sword strike was only sword 1. Otherwise, its power would be more powerful and the damage would be greater. After all, the moves after sword 1 of the single-hearted sword art needed the previous moves as a foundation to unleash their true power. This allowed Chen Zong to see the shortcoming of the single-hearted sword art's move. Therefore, it should be modified to the point of perfection. The Thunderclap Sword Saint once again performed the Thunderclap 3000 kills, which was his killing move with a large area of effect. The Void Spirit would not be attacked continuously. Its speed was extremely fast. When Chern Zong blocked it with his sword, he immediately felt a strong impact, as if it was going to shatter him. Fortunately, although Chern Zong's body looked thin, it was not weak at all. In fact, it was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than the heavenly gold sword body of the third level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex when it was fully activated. In addition, Chern Zong's inner world could absorb the impact of the outside world. His defense was amazing. His life-saving ability was enough to surpass all the quasi-saint. Even some pristine saint stage experts were not necessarily comparable to Chern Zong. In terms of cultivation realm, Chern Zong was equivalent to a quasi-saint. However, in terms of the realm of sword principle, the power of swordsmanship, the strength of sword essence, cultivation strength, physique, and so on, Chern Zong was not inferior to a pristine saint stage expert. Therefore, when combined, he was more powerful than an ordinary pristine saint stage expert. However, this void spirit was indeed very difficult to deal with. If it was just Chern Zong or the Thunderclap Sword Saint alone, it would be very difficult to deal with it. No one knew how much effort it would take to kill it. Fortunately, they joined forces. In the next sword strike, an illusory but seemingly real true sun suddenly rose from Chern Zong's body. The true sun rose into the sky, releasing endless light and heat, illuminating all directions in heaven and earth, bringing light and hope as if it was the dawn. Such light was particularly prominent in the Eternal Sword ruins. In the next moment, Chern Zong swung his sword, and the true sun immediately integrated into the sword strike. It soared across the sky toward the void spirit, whose body was still flickering with countless lightning bolts. The Thunderclap Sword Saint narrowed his eyes and stared at the blazing sword light. It was like a mighty true sun, carrying astonishing power. It seemed to bring light and hope, but in fact, the core of it was purification. It purified everything, destroyed everything, and turned everything into nothingness. Taihao. With the continuous improvement of Chern Zong's swordsmanship attainments, the power of this sword strike had also been enhanced, becoming more and more powerful and astonishing. The void spirit could not avoid it and was directly hit. Its body was immediately burned and obliterated. The fifth void chi was obtained. In the Eternal Sword ruins, there were many void spirit. Most of them were quasi-saint void spirits, and a few of them were pristine saint stage void spirit. As for supreme saint stage void spirits, there were not many of them, so it was difficult to encounter them. However, if they did encounter them, it was still unknown whether they could escape. As mentioned by the sky-reaching Sword Saint, the pristine saint stage cultivators of the Myriad Swords Mountain who had fallen in the Eternal Sword ruins did not manage to escape because they encountered supreme saint stage void spirits. One by one, the void spirits were killed by Chern Zong and the Thunderclap Sword Saint, and the void chi was obtained one after another. On the ground, an almost transparent fragment about half a meter in size was suspended. Its shape was irregular, and in the fragment, there were shadows flashing from time to time. It seemed like a human figure, but also like a scenery. Space-time fragment. Chern Zong and the Thunderclap Sword Saint's eyes flashed. They then burst out with extreme speed and rapidly approached it. They carefully observed it and compared it with what the sky-reaching Sword Saint had said. Yes, it was the opportunity of the unknown place, space-time fragment. The Thunderclap Sword Saint even reached out a finger and gently approached the space-time fragment, and directly penetrated it. He felt that the space-time fragment was like a shadow, as if it was projected from somewhere else and was not real. Some shadows flashed on it from time to time. It was very fast, but Chern Zong and the Thunderclap Sword Saint could still see it clearly. According to the sky-reaching Sword Saint, after activating the power of the space-time fragment, one would enter it and experience some things. The so-called opportunity was contained in those experiences. However, it was not certain what kind of opportunity one could obtain from it. Different space-time fragments contained different experiences. What was contained in this space-time fragment could only be known after entering it. However, it was not easy to enter the space-time fragment, and it required void chi. Now, Chernzong and the Thunderclap Sword Saint had jointly killed a total of 10 void spirits, 8 of which were at the quasi-saint stage and 2 of which were at the pristine saint stage. Chernzong and the Thunderclap Sword Saint each obtained 1 pristine saint stage void chi and 4 quasi-saint stage void chi. According to the information provided by the sky-reaching Sword Saint, the size of the space-time fragment was related to the experience in it. However, the size had nothing to do with the shape of the space-time fragment. The so-called size referred to the power of the space-time fragment itself. When activating a large space-time fragment, more void chi would be consumed, and when activating a small space-time fragment, less void chi would be consumed. As for the size, one had to try it out to know. "Brother, let me try it out first." As the Thunderclap Sword Saint spoke, he took out a quasi-saint stage void chi and shot it toward the space-time fragment. The space-time fragment, which was originally illusory and untouchable, seemed to materialize in an instant and directly absorbed the void chi. As it fluctuated slightly, the space-time fragment solidified a lot. Another streak came and another streak came. After 3 streaks of quasi-saint void chi, the space-time fragment completely solidified, and the aura it emitted became incomparably strong. It no longer looked like it was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers like before. "Brother, I'll make a move first." The Thunderclap Sword Saint smiled and stretched out a hand toward the space-time fragment. At the moment of contact, the space-time fragment trembled slightly and immediately burst out with an astonishing power and light, directly covering the Thunderclap Sword Saint. In the next moment, the light contracted and brought the Thunderclap Sword Saint's body into the space-time fragment. This scene made Chernzong secretly amazed. After bringing the Thunderclap Sword Saint into the space-time fragment, the space-time fragment returned to its original illusory appearance. Chernzong took out 3 quasi-saint stage void chi and directly sent it into the space-time fragment. Immediately, the space-time fragment became real again. As Chernzong reached out to touch it, a burst of light burst out and covered Chernzong. Chernzong immediately felt that everything around him had stopped. The flow of time had also stopped and space had solidified. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Then, Chernzong directly entered the space-time fragment under the guidance of that wonderful power. The moment he entered, the space-time fragment seemed to expand and expand continuously, as if it had evolved from a fragment into a world. At the same time, an indescribable feeling grew in Chernzong's heart. In just an instant, the Thunderclap Sword Saint and then Chernzong disappeared. Chapter 3005. Daliang City was bustling with activity. Chernzong walked on the quaint and wide street. Looking at the people coming and going, he felt a little dazed. Was this place within the space-time fragment? Although he had heard about it from the sky-reaching Sword Saint, when he was here in person, he still felt incredulous. The space-time fragment. It was like an illusion, but it was not an illusion. It was so real. Chernzong even tried to talk to the shop owners on the street. It was completely normal. Chernzong could not help but have a strange feeling. It was as if he had lived here and did not feel out of place at all. It was as if he had been born and raised in this city. It was a very strange feeling. It was his own body, and he had all his memories. He had not lost anything, but he felt as if he had been born and raised in this city. Immediately, Chernzong felt that his power had disappeared. He could not feel it. An ordinary person. He was just an ordinary person now. Not only could he not feel the world in his body, but even the powerful mixed yuan heart force had disappeared. Clenching his fist, Chern Zong felt that the powerful power in his body had disappeared. What was left was very ordinary power. Perhaps it was better than ordinary people who had not trained. It was at the level of regular training, but it still did not surpass the limits of ordinary people. Then, where was this place? Why did he feel so familiar? It was as if he had been born and raised here. However, he had no memory of this city. The blankness was only temporary. Chern Zong had experienced too many things. Through the ups and downs, his sword heart had long been tempered to be incomparably pure and incomparably tough. The sword heart could not be seen or touched. It was not the power of cultivation, but it was a special power. It could not make one's strength become stronger, but it could prevent one from being easily confused by external things. It could protect one's own heart and strengthen one's divine will, making one's path of seeking the Tao more and more firm. Therefore, even if his cultivation was gone, his heart of the sword was still there. After that, Chern Zong began to inquire about all kinds of information about the city. His inquiry was very detailed. He calculated according to the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. It took him a few days to understand everything. This city was called Daliang City, and it was the capital of the Daliang Kingdom. The monarch of the Daliang Kingdom was fond of romance and pleasure, so poetry, music, and singing and dancing were particularly popular. However, these were not what Chern Zong was interested in. What Chern Zong was really interested in was the cultivation system, especially the sword. After asking around, he found out that there were people who practiced martial arts in Daliang, and swordsmanship was one of them. Because they practiced swordsmanship, they were graceful and elegant. If a talented person had good swordsmanship, he would be able to make a name for himself in Daliang City and be favored by the young ladies in their boudoirs. However, Chern Zong had also seen the sword techniques of the so-called scholars with his own eyes. They were merely learned for the sake of pretending to be cultured. When used, it was just beautiful. In terms of lethality, it was not much. If looking good was worth 10 points, then its actual combat ability was not even half a point. This kind of swordsmanship made Chern Zong feel very helpless. Was this an opportunity? Was he going to leave just like that? Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. After all, he had only been here for a few days. Even if he understood it, it was not comprehensive enough. In that case, he would spend a few more days looking around. If he really did not gain anything, he could only leave and waste the 3 wisps of quasi-Saint Chi of ruin. However, no one could guarantee that the opportunity in the space-time fragment would be suitable for him. As he continued to explore, Chern Zong discovered that those who had walked out of Daliang City had disappeared. This was because there was an illusory distortion outside Daliang City. Those who walked out of Daliang City would fall into the distortion and disappear, as if they had been swallowed up. It gave Chern Zong the feeling that the distortion contained some terrifying evil spirit that would choose to devour people. Standing at the city gate, a few meters away from the distortion, he could feel a kind of horror, a kind of great horror, as if he would die if he stepped into it. It would be a real death, a death where his body and bones would not be left, and his soul would be scattered, and his body and Tao would disappear. However, the people of Daliang City did not seem to feel anything, as if they were unaware of the danger. After a few days, Chern Zong saw dozens of people walk out of the city gate, walk into the distortion, and disappear. Could it be that they would not be in any danger? Should he try? Chern Zong did not dare to try because the closer he got to the distortion, the stronger the sense of danger became. Space-time fragments. All of a sudden, Chern Zong seemed to understand the true meaning of space-time fragments. The space-time fragments in the unknown place should be a part of a complete space-time. The complete space-time was like a complete disk, and the space-time fragments were like fragments of the shattered disk. Daliang City was one of the fragments of a complete space-time. It was limited to this city, as if it had become a simple and incomplete reincarnation cycle. When he realized this, Chen Zong was inexplicably touched, but when he wanted to pursue it, it disappeared without a trace. It was difficult to find any mystery. In that case, could it be that the opportunity here was those distorted illusions? After comprehending for a few days, Chen Zong did not gain anything. Not only that, he did not even have a trace of feeling, so he could only give up. If it was really an opportunity, with his comprehension ability, it was impossible for him to gain nothing. At the very least, he would have a trace of feeling. After all, his comprehension ability was not affected in this place. Could it be that he had to leave just like that? Chen Zong did not feel that it was a pity to waste 3 wisps of quasi-Saint Chi of ruin. The most important thing was that it was suitable for him. However, there was a lingering feeling in his heart that he should not leave just like that. Instead, he should continue to stay and gain something. Night fell and the lanterns were lit. While thinking, Chen Zong walked. He did not deliberately go anywhere. As he walked, he unknowingly walked to the edge of the water. Vaguely, there seemed to be a clear and pleasant sound passing through the air into his ears. It was just that the sound was faint and indistinct. Chen Zong subconsciously focused his mind and listened carefully. The sound gradually became clearer in the wind. The sound was clear, pleasant, and sonorous. Based on Chen Zong's many years of experience in swordsmanship, he immediately judged that someone was hitting the sword with their fingers or flicking the sword with their fingers, thereby making the clear and pleasant sound of the sword. The rhythm was different, but it was not scattered. Instead, there was a certain order to it. It seemed to be a piece of music. As he listened, Chen Zong made more judgments. The finger force between the flicking of the sword was strong, and the person had full control of their own strength and operated it at will. Moreover, the person's attainment in swordsmanship was not bad. No, it should be called superb. For a moment, Chen Zong's interest was aroused, and a corresponding expression appeared on his face. He stared ahead and listened to several flower boats in the river. The boats were brightly lit, and the figures were swaying, singing and dancing. However, those sounds were automatically filtered out by Chen Zong. Only the melodious sound of the sword drifted into his ears along with the night wind by the river. Chen Zong's eyes turned, as if he was looking for something. Immediately, his eyes lit up slightly. He stepped forward and his speed increased rapidly. He was as vigorous as a cheetah and as swift as the wind. After rushing out for 100 meters, he jumped up, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. It was because his speed was so fast that it seemed like he was going to jump into the river. Could it be that he had taken things too hard? But in an instant, Chen Zong landed on an empty boat. The boat was only 3 meters long and about 1 meter wide, like a leaf. When Chen Zong jumped down, the boat sank slightly. Layers of ripples spread out under the night sky, making a faint sound of water. Then, with Chen Zong's strength, the boat moved toward the flower boats in the middle of the river that were making the sound of flicking swords. Even though he had lost his powerful cultivation, and even his astonishing physique and cultivation strength were gone, leaving behind only a strength that was slightly better than that of ordinary people, he had not lost his control over his own strength. That was his instinct. Under the control of such extraordinary power, Chen Zong could erupt with even greater speed and strength without harming himself. In that instant of eruption, Chen Zong believed that he could compete with a cheetah in terms of speed, a horse in terms of endurance, and a tiger in terms of strength. For ordinary people, this was a superhuman existence, an irresistible monster. But Chen Zong's real strength was his swordsmanship. The speed of the small boat was not fast, but the river was not very wide. Not long after, Chen Zong arrived at the flower boat. He leaped into the air like a swallow and landed on the flower boat, making no sound. "Who is it? Who are you?" After all, he was an ordinary person. No matter how good he was at controlling his strength, he could not avoid being noticed by the crowd. In an instant, a few big men with big shoulders and thick waists, whose arms could run horses, surrounded Chen Zong with copper sticks in their hands. They glared at him fiercely. Their ferocious appearance was enough to make ordinary people tremble in fear, but it was useless against Chen Zong. "Where is the person who was playing the song just now?" Chen Zong looked around but did not find the person, so he asked, "Are you looking for Child Chen?" One of the big men, who seemed to be the leader, asked with some surprise. "If he is the person who was playing the song just now, then there is no mistake." Chen Zong replied neither slowly nor quickly. His eyes flashed, and suddenly, the leader felt a sense of fear. It was as if the light in his eyes was tearing and piercing. It was very scary. Could this person be a swordsmanship expert like Child Chen? Thinking of this, they did not dare to offend him. It should be known that in Daliang country, scholars who were skilled in swordsmanship had very high status. If they offended him, they would not have a good ending. Soon, Chen Zong saw the Child Chen that they were talking about. That Child Chen was very handsome, and could be called a beautiful man. His temperament was also very extraordinary. He was elegant and unrestrained, and had a scholarly feeling. But at this moment, this Child Chen was hugging beauties on his left and right. He was drunk to the point that his eyes were hazy, and his sword was placed aside. Chen Zong did not stand on ceremony. He sat down at Child Chen's invitation and drank with him. Chapter 3006. In the unknown lands, where the space-time fragment was, a burst of light suddenly emerged from the fragment, rippling like water. A figure appeared and landed on the ground. It was none other than the Lightning Sword Saint. Daliang City? They're all commoners. The Lightning Sword Saint looked rather annoyed. Daliang City was contained in the space-time fragment, and Daliang City was a commoner's world. It was just a city. It turned out that Daliang City was a place where entertainment was the main focus. Even if there were people who practiced martial arts, they were only at the level of common folk. None of them had even cultivated spiritual qi, which made them look like ants. What kind of opportunity could there be in a place like this? The Lightning Sword Saint finally gave up after spending close to 10 days searching. He did not find any opportunity. What kind of opportunity could there be in a commoner's world that focused on pleasure? The Lightning Sword Saint grew increasingly impatient and decided to just leave. Brother Chen hasn't come out yet. The Lightning Sword Saint realized that he was the only one who had come out. Chen Zong had not yet come out. He had a thought and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Chen is still young. It's inevitable that he'll wander around the brothels. Well, I'll just wait here. The flow of time in the space-time fragment was different from the flow of time outside. Although there was no fixed number based on the experience of the 10,000 Swords Peak, it was at least 100 to 1 or even 1,000 to 1. In other words, 100 days in the space-time fragment was only 1 day in the outside world. There were even times when 1,000 days in the fragment was only 1 day in the outside world. He had stayed in Daliang City for close to 10 days, but only 2 hours had passed in the unknown land. Waiting here for more than 2 hours would mean another 10 days had passed in Daliang City. It should be enough time for Brother Chen to indulge himself in the brothels. The Lightning Sword Saint could not help but smile strangely at that thought. However, although the Daliang City that he had entered was the same as the one that Chen Zong had entered, they seemed to be in parallel worlds. The two of them would not appear in the same Daliang City at the same time. The Lightning Sword Saint thought that Chen Zong was indulging himself in the brothels in Daliang City. He did not know that Chen Zong had already found an opportunity. Opportunities were everywhere. It was just a matter of whether you could find them or not. However, the Lightning Sword Saint was right about one thing. Chen Zong was indeed in a brothel right now. This was because the place where Chen Zong had found the opportunity was in the brothel, on a brothel. Young Master Chen, full name Xianhua, courtesy name Xiaobai, from Daliang country, 32 years old, fond of wine and lust. Well, according to his own words, it was not lust, but to appreciate the charm of a beauty. Since a young age, his natural talent was outstanding. No matter if it was learning literature or practicing swordsmanship, he was able to obtain extraordinary progress and accomplishments, allowing him to possess abundant knowledge and superb swordsmanship. Normally, he would wander about in brothels and taste a myriad of beauties, and he'd once spent 5 years to travel through Daliang and indulge himself in the mountains and rivers. What Chen Zong was interested in was not his knowledge, but his swordsmanship. Chen Xiaobai's swordsmanship was called the Baihua Sword Song. It was also known as the Baihua Sword Song. Today was the day that Chen Zong would truly witness Chen Xiaobai's Baihua Sword Song. It was not just a simple gesture when they were drinking together on the brothel. However, that simple gesture was enough to let Chen Zong know that the Baihua Sword Song was extraordinary. It was a top-notch swordsmanship, even more superior than the Lightning Sword Saint's lightning sword art. As for how superior it was, he would only know after witnessing the complete Baihua Sword Song. Since Brother Chen wants to witness my Baihua Sword Song, Xiaobai will fulfill your wish. However, after that, Brother Chen will have to drink with me for 3 days. Chen Xiaobai said with a smile. His originally handsome face had a kind of beauty that was like a blooming flower. He was clearly a man, but he gave Chen Zong such a feeling. It was very strange and indescribable. Chen Zong understood. The moment Chen Xiaobai spoke and smiled, he had already made his move and displayed the Baihua Sword Song. In the next moment, Chen Xiaobai unsheathed his sword. The long sword at his waist that looked like a decoration was unsheathed in an instant, bringing with it a slight sword hum. This sword hum was different from the usual sword hum. It was not so direct, nor was it so clear. Instead, it was like a melody, as if someone was singing softly. The beautiful long song rang out as the sword was unsheathed, filling the surroundings. As the sword broke through the air, a cold light flashed. The long song rang out, and the sword light condensed like a flower. Chen Zong also unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword was integrated with the inner world. In this place, it was impossible to take it out. Therefore, Chen Zong used a long sword made of fine iron, which was given to him by Chen Xiaobai. There was no other way. Recently, Chen Zong had been eating and drinking with Chen Xiaobai. After all, he had no money and was too lazy to earn money. Obtaining opportunities was more important. If the opportunity was rare and took a long time, Chen Zong would naturally think of ways to earn money. However, the opportunity was not difficult to obtain. It would only take a few days, so there was no need to spend extra time to earn money. Anyway, Chen Xiaobai was a very forthright person. Although Chen Zong did not pay attention to learning, he had hundreds of years of accumulation and had great attainment. Just a few words from him had enlightened Chen Xiaobai and made him a good teacher and helpful friend. Otherwise, with Chen Xiaobai's character, he would not have agreed to spar with Chen Zong so easily. The Baihua Sword Song versus the Single-Hearted Sword Technique. As soon as they exchanged blows, Chen Zong knew that Chen Xiaobai's 100 Splendor Sword Song was indeed a top-notch swordsmanship. It was not inferior to the spiritual sword technique. Chen Xiaobai was not very old. He was only 32 years old, but he could create such a top-notch swordsmanship. His talent was really amazing. If he was in the ancient mysterious world, he would be a powerful swordsman or even a top-notch sword saint. Unfortunately, this was only Daliang City. It was just a fragment of time and space. Everything was fixed at that time. There was no point in thinking too much. Then, he would just focus on the exchange of swordsmanship and understand the mystery of his opponent's 100 Splendor Sword Song. Every sword strike would bring about a long song. This song was sometimes gentle, sometimes low, sometimes extravagant, and sometimes high-pitched. When the sword lights separated, it was as if there were flowers blooming, and within the blooming flowers, there were images of beautiful women swaying and dancing to their heart's content. Sometimes it was as graceful as a small bridge, and sometimes it was as heroic as a long river. Every stroke was so exquisite. However, it was not the opportunity that Chunzong was looking for. At most, it would allow him to accumulate another top-notch swordsmanship. Could it be that this was the only opportunity in Daliang City? While he was thinking, Chen Xiaobai's sword paused slightly. Brother Chen's swordsmanship is really superb. Next, Xiaobai will perform the last stroke of the 100 Splendor Sword Song. Hearing this, Chen Zong could not help but look expectant. The last stroke should be the ultimate move. Listen to my long song. Chen Xiaobai raised his sword and placed it in front of his forehead, as if it was facing the sky. A ray of light flowed on the sword, and there seemed to be flowers appearing on the sword. As the sword trembled slightly, it let out a voice like a melodious song. When my flower blooms, 100 flowers will die. The soft sound was heard and the long song was melodious. 100 flowers gathered and bloomed. Immediately there was an explosion of cold light. Suddenly, a huge flower of sword light gathered and bloomed. The moment it bloomed, the 100 sword flowers from before suddenly collapsed. The moment they collapsed, they released a terrifying aura and a murderous intent. The huge sword flower carried the killing intent of the 100 withered sword flowers as it rushed over, causing Chen Zong's expression to change. His body involuntarily trembled, and his hair stood on end. A cold current wantonly spread through his body, causing his body to feel numb and his blood to freeze. After the huge sword flower bloomed, a gorgeously dressed beauty came out from the stamen of the flower. She had a smile that was not a smile. She held her sword and attacked like a fairy. Her sword cut through the air and directly attacked Chen Zong. This sword did not seem to contain the slightest power or murderous intent, but it made Chen Zong's eyebrows feel a piercing pain. It was as if he would be killed by this sword. However, with Chen Zong's extraordinary eyesight and swordsmanship foundation, this sword thrust contained many mysteries. What mysteries? Suddenly, Chen Zong thought of the other moves of the 100 Splendor Sword Song that Chen Xiaobai performed. The mysteries of each move were different, but now they were all reflected in this last stroke. Only this stroke explained the mysteries of the other moves of the 100 Splendor Sword Song. How many moves did the 100 Splendor Sword Song have? If he did not count wrongly, there were a total of 99 moves. Including the last stroke, there were 100 moves. 99 mysteries were integrated into the sword, and they did not conflict with each other. There was a kind of harmony, and it was just right. All the mysteries were gathered and refined into one, just for this stroke. In an instant, Chen Zong's eyes lit up, and the light that shot out was blazing. He understood. At that moment, Chen Zong understood and directly searched for the opportunity. The single-hearted swordsmanship was superb, but Chen Zong still felt that it was not enough. He continued to read and comprehend other swordsmanship. After a few years, he had read thousands of swordsmanships in the 10,000 sword ancient realm, grasping their mysteries and integrating them into the single-hearted swordsmanship. However, due to the fact that there were too many mysteries, Chen Zong was unable to fully integrate them all in a short period of time. There was always a feeling of incompatibility, causing the sword art to become obscure. Even though it did not affect its might, Chen Zong still felt that there was no difference between the circulation of the sword art when he performed it. It was so smooth. Chen Zong had been looking for an opportunity to integrate the swordsmanship into one. He did not expect to find it here. This was the 100 Splendor Sword Song, the last stroke of the 100 Splendor Sword Song. The profoundness of this sword directly brought Chen Zong endless inspiration. It was as if it had exploded in an instant. In the midst of the impact, countless inspirations burst forth, like thousands of sparks sputtering, like countless sword lights flickering endlessly. At that moment, everything around him seemed to slow down. The beauty with the sword also seemed to be frozen. Only Chen Zong's mind did not change, and it was even operating at an astonishing speed. Chapter 3007. I just came back from outside. Sorry, I'll give it to you immediately. The Lightning Sword Saint was still waiting in the spacetime fragment. He did not waste any time and was deducing his lightning burst sword principle while waiting. Every sword saint, or rather, every powerful swordsman, had a habit of deducing their own swordsmanship and doing their best to improve it. There was no limit to swordsmanship. The more one cultivated, the more they understood this. Those who believed that there was a limit to swordsmanship were usually the weaker ones with lower realms and shallow knowledge. They were not even qualified to be called swordsmen. The Lightning Sword Saint did not have to wait for long. After the ripple appeared, a figure appeared. It was Chunzong. "Brother, you're finally out." The Lightning Sword Saint stopped deducing. He did not have the ability to use Heart Sutra like Chunzong. Chunzong nodded. He felt that the Lightning Sword Saint's smile was a little strange, but he could not put his finger on it. It was as if he was mocking him. "Brother, did you gain anything in Daliang City?" The Lightning Sword Saint was actually mocking him. He had left Daliang City himself and knew that Daliang City was just a world of ordinary people. "I gained something in swordsmanship." Chunzong did not hide his answer. He just simplified what he had gained. Gained something? No, it was a great gain. Although Chunzong had yet to completely integrate the essence of the thousands of sword arts he had observed and comprehended over the years into the single-hearted sword arts, he had already integrated a part of it. Most importantly, Chunzong had found the right way to integrate the different essences into one. That was the biggest gain of all. Chunzong's swordsmanship would not improve significantly in a short period of time, but it was a long and bright path. "It's good that you gained something." The Lightning Sword Saint did not really believe it. He thought that Chunzong was just having fun in Daliang City. After all, he was a young man. Chunzong, who had lived for hundreds of years, was called an old man by those who were not even 100 years old. However, in the eyes of the Lightning Sword Saint, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, he was indeed a young man. It was normal to call him a young man. Young people's bodies were better, so they recovered faster. Fortuitous opportunities belonged to the individual. No matter how good their relationship was, one could not ask too much. Therefore, Chunzong did not ask the Lightning Sword Saint what he had obtained. He did not know that the Lightning Sword Saint had not obtained anything. As he continued to search for void spirits and pieces of time and space, Chunzong's single-hearted sword incantation was steadily improving as he continued to fuse with the mysteries of other sword arts. Based on the timer that he had brought with him, it had already been a month since he entered the unknown lands. In the past month, Chunzong and the Thunder Sacred Swordsman had killed hundreds of void spirits and encountered 3 spacetime fragments. However, apart from the first spacetime fragment, Chunzong didn't find anything useful in the second and third spacetime fragments. In addition, they did encounter other experts who had entered the unknown lands, but they merely nodded at them as a greeting before leaving on their own. In the past month, Chunzong and the Thunder Sacred Swordsman had each collected dozens of wisps of void chi. Among them, there were more than 10 wisps of pristine Saint Realm void chi and dozens of wisps of quasi-Saint Realm void chi. They could be considered to have a rich reserve. It was a pity that they had not found any other spacetime fragments. Fortunately, the stone sword in the 10,000 Swords Mountain seemed to be able to hold on. They only hoped that it could hold on for a little longer. Chunzong and the Thunder Sacred Swordsman continued to move forward. They paid attention to the movements around them while exchanging their insights on sword art. Chunzong's sword arts were improving every moment. Although the Thunder Sacred Swordsman had also gained something, it was insignificant compared to Chunzong's improvement. Sword Sacred Swordsmen had already dug out their own sword arts and sword principles to a certain extent, which could be said to be a limit. Although there was still room for improvement, it was not so easy. Unless there was a great opportunity, It would usually take decades or even centuries to settle down and accumulate before it could be achieved. For example, Chunzong's sword arts were improving every moment. Every time they communicated, the Thunder Sacred Swordsman could feel that Chunzong's sword arts were improving. This feeling made the Thunder Sacred Swordsman feel very complicated, and he could not describe what it was like. At the same time, he admired Chunzong very much. It was an incomparable feeling of admiration that came from the depths of his heart. Study. Meticulous study. That kind of investment was not something that the Thunder Sacred Swordsman could compare with. In the past month, Chunzong had indeed integrated the mysteries of thousands of sword arts into the single-hearted swordsmanship. It was a kind of thorough integration, not a simple integration. Chunzong also felt that his single-hearted swordsmanship had a breakthrough and reached a higher level. The power of each sword had also been improved, directly increasing by 50%. This meant that the power of Sword 1 that he displayed now was even stronger than that of Sword 2. However, there was one thing that had not been improved. That was, when he displayed the moves of the single-hearted swordsmanship, he still had to display Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3 first. The further he went, the stronger the power would be. He could not directly display Sword 6. It was not impossible to display Sword 6 all at once, but it did not have that level of power. To improve, Chunzong found that it was not easy. It was much more difficult than integrating the mysteries and essences of thousands of sword arts. However, where there was sincerity, there was nothing that could not be done. Chunzong believed in his own effort. Chunzong had excellent eyesight. While deducing the swordsmanship, he could also pay attention to all the movements around him. He saw a body in the distance, a body that had fallen to the ground. In the unknown place, there were no other creatures except Void Spirit. At least, no other creatures had been found except for them who had entered the unknown place for a month. And Void Spirits would not just fall to the ground motionless like that. The Thunder Sword Master also saw it and looked surprised. When the two of them got closer, they were immediately stunned. It was a corpse, and as they knew, it was the corpse of a quasi-saint who had entered the unknown place with them this time. He was killed. Who killed him? Was it a Void Spirit? After a careful examination, it shouldn't be a Void Spirit. The Thunder Sword Master said in a deep voice, "Void Spirits don't have much wisdom. We have hunted more than 100 of them, so we know this very well. Therefore, Void Spirits shouldn't take away storage artifacts after killing people. Moreover, there is no aura of Void Spirits left here. It should be done by a cultivator." Chunzong responded. Then he focused his eyes and stared at the wounds on the corpse, carefully feeling the remaining aura in them. His expression changed involuntarily, and he was a little surprised and doubtful. It doesn't seem to be done by a cultivator. Not a cultivator. The Thunder Sword Master was also stunned. If it was not a Void Spirit who killed him and took away his storage artifacts, it should be done by a cultivator. However, Chunzong said it was not a cultivator. Then who could have done it? Could it be that there were other intelligent creatures in the unknown place? If so, it would be a great discovery. After all, the sky-upholding sword saint of the 10,000 Swords Mountain did not tell them this news. Did he deliberately keep it a secret, or did he not know? It should be the latter. After all, he had already revealed so much information. There was no need to hide that piece of information. "I hope I am wrong," Chunzong sighed slightly, and then his expression became serious. "It may be a fiend god who did it." "A fiend god?" The Thunder Sword Master was slightly surprised and seemed to be puzzled. Then, he thought of something and his expression changed. Could it be a fiend god from the fiend god realm? Compared to Chunzong, the Thunder Sword Master knew even less about fiend gods. After all, although he knew about the existence of the Ruins of World and the fiend god realm, he had never stepped into the Ruins of World. The Ruins of World was too dangerous. He was not stupid and had a bright future. Moreover, He had a sect. If he accidentally died in the ruins of world, it would be too tragic. However, Chernzong was different. Chernzong had entered the ruins of world many times and killed many demigod fiend gods. He had even killed 3 righteous gods. His understanding of fiend gods was deeper and more direct. The Thunder Sword Master could not compare with him. Therefore, he could recognize the remaining aura on the wounds. It was the aura of a fiend god. However, there were also fiend gods in the unknown place? Or were they like them, and used some method to open a spacetime crack and enter this place? No matter which it was, discovering the remaining power of a fiend god was not a small matter. It was a big matter. It was even more important than hunting void spirit. The heart of a fiend god occupied the ancient mysterious world. Now, it had appeared here and killed a quasi-saint. No, there might be more than one. After all, he and the Thunder Sword Master had only seen one. If there was really a fiend god expert here, the danger level would be raised to another level. They had to be more careful. Moreover, they had to inform the other people who had entered this place with them. It was a pity that after entering this place, some means of communication could not be used unless they met face to face. After some time, Chernzong and the Thunder Sword Master saw another corpse. Instantly, their pupils shrank to the size of needles. The corpse belonged to a sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Mountain. His body had been dismembered, and he was in an extremely wretched state. His storage artifact had also been taken away, and he had even lost his sword. His eyes were wide open, filled with rage and fear. From the broken body, Chernzong sensed the remaining aura of a fiend god. There was no doubt that it was a fiend god expert. Sure enough, there was a fiend god expert in this unknown place. Although he did not know if it was a fiend god expert who had entered the unknown place with them or stayed here, he was sure that it was a fiend god expert. The trouble was that they could not inform the others. Be careful. While thinking, Chernzong silently sensed a wisp of extremely terrifying killing intent erupting in an instant. It directly attacked from behind. Its target was the Thunder Sword Master. Hearing Chernzong's words, the Thunder Sword Master's expression turned solemn. He also sensed the shocking killing intent erupting in an instant. He instantly broke through the air and attacked. It was an extremely cold aura, carrying an extremely shocking chill that seemed to freeze one's spirit. Lightning exploded and soared into the sky. The Thunder Sword Master instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and flew away. Chapter 3008. The aura was extremely cold, but it also contained a terrifying and domineering aura. It was so domineering that it seemed to have been accumulated to the extreme and would explode upon contact. Even the slightest explosion would invade and destroy everything. The lightning sword saint turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the fatal attack with incredible speed. At the same time, he turned around and unleashed an explosive attack with his sword. The lightning split the ground and pierced through the air mercilessly. However, from another direction, an extremely cold and domineering aura also exploded. It turned into a peerless black light and instantly pierced through the air. Before this attack exploded, there was no warning. When it exploded, it was as fast as lightning. The power it contained was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. The lightning sword saint's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He even wanted to withdraw the sword that he had slashed out to block this attack. However, it was also too late. Since it was too late, the lightning sword saint's face instantly revealed a hint of ferocity. The lightning on his sword became even more dazzling, and the lightning on his body became even more powerful. It directly condensed into a thunder battle armor to cover his body. He wanted to block this cold and domineering attack. This was a fatal attack. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong, who had been forgotten, made his move. In an understatement, his sword silently streaked across the sky. When the extremely condensed sword light with a completely restrained aura pierced through the air, everything in the surroundings seemed to slow down, forming a kind of relative difference. Sword 1. This was Sword 1. After Chernzong's continuous improvement, the current Sword 1 was more than twice as powerful as the newly created Sword 1. In fact, it was almost twice as powerful. Its power was even more terrifying, and its aura was even more restrained. It was even harder to sense and resist. Coincidentally, as if it had been done on purpose, the cold and domineering strike that was aimed at the lightning sword saint hit the sword light that Chernzong had sent out. The moment the black light and the sword light collided, both immediately exploded. Chernzong immediately felt an extremely cold aura invading through the shattered sword light. That aura was extremely cold, as if it came from the abyss. However, it was also extremely domineering and wanted to destroy everything. When the cold and domineering coexisted in that power, it caused the power of this power to rise to an even more astonishing level. Chernzong immediately confirmed that this was the power of a Godfiend expert, and a righteous Godfiend expert at that. When Chernzong blocked his attack, the fiend god couldn't help but cry out in surprise. From the very beginning, they had targeted the lightning sword saint, because the aura the lightning sword saint exuded was stronger. In their opinion, he was the strongest of the two. It would be easier to kill him first before dealing with the other. What they didn't expect was that they had misjudged him. This person, who didn't seem to be very strong, actually had superb swordsmanship and extraordinary strength. In an instant, he had blocked the attack that they had carefully prepared for him. Chernzong also saw clearly that the Godfiend expert who launched the attack was a Godfiend from the divine bloodline. The Godfiend power he possessed belonged to the cold and domineering type. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to call themselves Godfiends from the abyss divine bloodline. It didn't matter which divine bloodline they were from. As long as they were Godfiends, they were enemies, life and death enemies. There was no need for any reason. They couldn't coexist. The sword light of Sword 1 shattered, but its sword momentum didn't. Instead, it was preserved and used to push Sword 2 forward. It directly broke out, and the speed of the sword was even faster. The sword momentum was also more domineering. Once the single-hearted sword technique was unleashed, it was like a torrential river. It was endless, like raging waves. One sword followed another, and each sword continuously attacked the Godfiend expert. Fast. Each strike was faster than the previous one. The sword light continued to attack, and the sword force of each strike was restrained to the extreme, making it even harder for people to sense and detect. In just a single exchange, the righteous God expert was at a disadvantage. In terms of cultivation strength, Chernzong was indeed inferior to the Godfiend expert. There was a gap. However, under the continuous improvement of the single-hearted sword technique, the same amount of strength could be released through the swordsmanship. This caused Chernzong's strength to soar. One-on-one, the lightning sword saint was dealing with a Godfiend expert, and Chernzong was also dealing with one. An intense battle unfolded. This wasn't a spar, nor was it a battle to win or lose. It was a battle of life and death. After Chernzong fully displayed the single-hearted sword technique, which had been further improved, there was a surge of sword light like a raging tide. Sword 1 to Sword 7. Sword 7's power was much greater than Sword 1's. It was completely unstoppable. With one sword strike, the Godfiend expert was directly pushed back. The pitch-black dagger in his hand trembled. However, the moment he retreated, the Godfiend expert's figure suddenly flashed. He split into 3, 3 into 5, 5 into 7, and 7 into 9. Every single one of them was real. They held daggers and attacked Chernzong from all directions. Chernzong's figure flashed. He was as light as a willow in the wind. It was as if he had lost all his weight. He dodged the Godfiend expert's dagger attack. His hand also found a flaw in the Godfiend expert's attack. The sharpness of the single-hearted heavenly sword directly pierced through the Godfiend expert's body. However, the Godfiend body was extremely strong. Even though it was pierced through, the injury was not serious. It quickly dispersed the raging sword chi. His strength was not greatly affected. Chen Zong immediately realized that it was different from when he was in the ruins of world. If he was in the ruins of world, even if a divine demon expert on the level of a righteous god wouldn't die from his attack, his injuries wouldn't recover so quickly and he wouldn't be affected at all. This was because the unique environment of the ruins of world had a natural suppression. The heavier the injury, the stronger the suppression. However, this was not the case here. Once injured, as long as it was not a fatal injury, it would not affect the performance of one's strength. The injury would also heal in a short period of time. It was the same even with the strength of the mixed Yuan heart force. However, the mixed Yuan heart force was still at the quasi-saint level. If it broke through to the true saint level, the injuries it caused would increase dramatically. It would not be so easy to heal. The Godfiend's figure suddenly exploded. It turned into a dark shadow that enveloped and attacked in all directions. It formed a domain of darkness that completely covered Chen Zong and swallowed him. He could not see. For a moment, he could not see anything. However, there was a strong murderous intent and danger that attacked him from all directions. Chen Zong's hair stood on end and his eyes shone brightly. However, he could only barely see a blur. Suddenly, Chen Zong's figure slightly shifted to the side, and an invisible but extremely sharp cold light flashed past his cheek, making Chen Zong feel a trace of coldness and a faint tingling feeling. Traces of warmth also spread, and there was also a trace of indescribable coldness invading his cheek in a domineering manner. It penetrated. It came without any warning. Even with Chen Zong's astonishing senses, he could not completely sense it. He only sensed it the moment the attack was about to hit him and reacted quickly. The other side of Chen Zong's cheek was also slashed open. The terrifying chill aura invaded his cheek in an astonishingly domineering manner, attempting to destroy Chen Zong's vitality. Sure enough, there was a difference between the Godfiend experts in the ruins of world and those outside the ruins of world. They were more difficult to deal with. If he was still as strong as he was in the ruins of world, he would have been in deep trouble. If that's the case, let's try this move. Chen Zong's eyes shone with a bright light, and the world inside of him shrank down to the limit. Then it exploded, as if on the verge of exploding. It surged out of his body in a miraculous fashion, converging with the boundless Tao of the sword. It shot out in all directions, suppressing everything. A buzzing sound was heard. It was as if a small world had descended and suppressed everything. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was shrouded. It was an extremely majestic and vast pressure. It descended in an instant and caused the surrounding darkness to freeze. Light! Chen Zong let out a low cry. His words seemed to be followed by a ray of light. At first, it was faint, but in an instant it became intense. It was as if a true sun was suspended in the sky, shining in all directions. The light it emitted immediately dispelled the surrounding darkness, causing the mysterious figure hidden in the darkness to reveal itself. There was nowhere to hide, and he could no longer attack Chen Zong. While the fiend god's expression changed greatly, he dodged with extreme speed and swiftly approached Chen Zong. The pitch-black short blade in his hand emanated an extremely terrifying cold light that tore through the sky, and it left behind a mark that was covered in fine sawteeth. Moreover, the aura it emitted was terrifying. It was a killing blow, and it was extremely fatal. Sword aura! As Chen Zong roared again, the blazing true sun in the sky turned into a ray of sword light. It emitted a shocking sword aura and struck down. The sword aura was extremely powerful. It was as if it had been accumulating for a long time and was only going to explode in an instant. The true sun immediately dissipated after emitting an unparalleled sword aura. The Godfiend expert, who was about to make a fatal blow, paused slightly under the shocking sword aura. Time and space seemed to be frozen and did not move. Sword aura! 7 rays of sword light seemed to erupt at the same time. Each ray of sword light had a different trajectory, but they all pierced toward the Godfiend expert, who seemed to be frozen in midair. They all hit and pierced through in an instant. Tai-hao. The true sun once again bloomed and rose from Chenzong's body. It wantonly emitted an astonishing light and blazing heat. It was extremely violent, and its power was incomparably shocking. Sword aura. The sword pierced through the air and turned into a burning true sun that blasted directly at the Godfiend expert. The Godfiend was seriously injured after being hit 7 times in a row. In addition, he was stunned for a moment by the sword aura of heaven and earth. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Tai-hao's sword directly struck the celestial demon body with terrifying power. The celestial demon body did not have any resistance in front of Tai-hao's sword. It was directly burned and melted. After Chenzong created the Tai-hao sword, he continued to improve its power. Now, its power was even more terrifying. It was even more shocking when Chenzong unleashed his full strength. Chapter 3009. Tai-hao. 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 Although the body of a righteous god was extremely strong and its self-healing ability was extraordinary, it was still incinerated by the terrifying power of Tai-hao's sword. The speed of self-healing could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Burn. The fiend god was set ablaze. The flames were blazing and emitted amazing light and heat. It was as if his entire body had turned into a burning true sunday. He wailed and screamed. Chenzong instantly retreated and distanced himself from the fiend god. The mixed Yuan heart force had almost been depleted. Although it recovered quickly, it was certain that his strength would not be as strong as it was at its peak. It was safer to keep a distance. Tai-hao was like the sun. It contained a trace of true meaning and was extremely terrifying. The righteous god expert was first struck 7 times. The sword chi was wreaking havoc in his body. Before he could expel it and recover, he was struck by Tai-hao's sword again. With a boom, he exploded. The fiend god expert had self-destructed. The power of self-destruction was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it covered a radius of thousands of meters and quickly spread to tens of thousands of meters. Chenzong sensed the danger at the moment the fiend god self-destructed. A strong sense of danger almost drowned him. He retreated further without hesitation. At the same time, he withdrew the inner world energy that was suppressing the fiend god. Even so, Chenzong was still affected by the explosion. The terrifying power that destroyed everything came crashing down. Chenzong's body was blown back like a violent hurricane. Chenzong's chi and blood were shaken. Fortunately, he withdrew his inner world. The complete inner world was tough enough to absorb part of the impact. Coupled with Chenzong's timely reaction, he was not seriously injured. Rumbling sounds resounded in all directions. Streaks of clouds rushed into the sky and continued to spread out, one after another. The power was so strong that it caused Chenzong's eyelids to tremble. It was as if the sky was being shattered by wave after wave of clouds. The sky of the unknown place was already filled with cracks, and it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. Now that it was struck, more and more cracks appeared, and it continued to shatter. A terrifying aura also spread out. On the other side, the lightning sword sage and the righteous godfiend expert, who were locked in an intense battle, were also shocked by the explosion. This power was simply too terrifying and too strong. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the destructive power contained in it. If they were in the center of the explosion, they would not be able to withstand it with their strength. It was very likely that they would be killed on the spot. Very decisively, the Godfiend expert attacked the Lightning Sword Saint. After forcing the Lightning Sword Saint back, he turned into a shadow and immediately fled. He was so fast that the Lightning Sword Saint could not chase after him. The righteous Godfiend expert had escaped. The Lightning Sword Saint rose and his sword broke through the sky. It turned into a dazzling thunderbolt and instantly streaked across the sky to chase after the godfiend's shadow. However, it missed. The aftermath of the explosion gradually calmed down. The cracks in the sky also slowly healed and returned to its original state. The terrifying aura was also restrained and was no longer as strong. Chernzong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Chernzong had a feeling that he was going to be destroyed. It was as if there was something terrifying in the broken sky. Once it woke up, it would destroy everything. Nothing would be spared. Seeing that the sky had returned to its original state, Chernzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother, your strength." The lightning sword saint could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know what to feel in his heart. He knew that Chernzong's strength was not ordinary. He was in the pristine saint realm, and could be considered a sword saint. However, he did not expect that Chernzong's strength would be so strong. When he fought with one of the two godfiends earlier, he was actually at a disadvantage. After all, a godfiend expert's body was extremely strong. They had a stronger resistance to lightning, fire, poison, and other things. If they were injured, their self-healing ability was also stronger. These were not things that cultivators could compare to. Moreover, a godfiend's strength was also very terrifying. Their godfiend martial arts were closer to the great Tao. They were more exquisite and powerful. As a result, the lightning sword saint fell into a disadvantageous position. Although he wasn't defeated, he was unable to defeat the godfiend expert. Who would have thought that Chernzong would be able to kill the godfiend expert? This was truly out of the lightning sword saint's expectations. Chernzong was able to kill a righteous godfiend expert. Such strength completely surpassed his own. Although this was the first time he faced a godfiend expert, the lightning sword saint had some understanding. A godfiend's life-saving ability was better than a cultivator's. It should be known that even some great Saint Realm experts would not be able to kill a pristine Saint Realm expert for sure. A pristine Saint Realm expert had a few chances of escaping from a great Saint Realm expert. However, Chernzong really killed a righteous godfiend expert. During this period of time, Chernzong's mixed yuan heart force had recovered by about 30%. Moreover, it was still recovering rapidly. It was a pity that the godfiend expert had self-destructed using the divine fire as the foundation. Its divinity was naturally within the range of self-destruction. Otherwise, the power would not be so great. The entire crater that was thousands of meters wide was still emitting a terrifying aura fluctuation. If it was in the outside world, the destructive power of the self-destruction would definitely be greater. It would be at least 10 times more destructive. If it was in the outer universe, such a self-destruction would be enough to destroy a planet. After the self-destruction, nothing was left behind. Not long after, Chernzong's mixed yuan heart force had completely recovered. The manifestation of his inner world was the result of Chernzong's harvest in the ruins of world. He had activated his perfect inner world and manifested it. It covered an area of 1,000 meters and suppressed it directly. There was also the illumination of light and the impact of sword might. The illumination of light came from the mystery of the Taihao sword, while the impact of sword might came from the supreme sword will. Of course, the illumination of light did not have the power of the Taihao sword. However, the impact of sword might had the deterrence of the supreme sword will. It could stun the target for an instant. With the combination, the target would find it difficult to escape or resist. Unless the target's divine will was stronger than Chernzong's, they would be stunned for an instant. That instant was enough for Chernzong to unleash the full power of the Taihao sword. With the terrifying power of the Taihao sword, he killed the target. It was not a good thing to kill a godfiend and let the other one escape, but there was nothing he could do. The life-saving ability of a saint was already very strong, and the godfiend's life-saving ability was even stronger. Chernzong was able to kill the godfiend because of the suppression power manifested by his inner world, and because the God Fiend was caught off guard. Next, Chen Zong and the Thunder Grand Swordsman searched for the aura of the God Fiend that had escaped while looking for void spirits to kill and spacetime fragments. About half a month later, Chen Zong and the Thunder Grand Swordsman had killed many void spirits, but they did not catch up with the God Fiend. Instead, they found a spacetime fragment. They took out void chi and merged it with the fragment. This time, it took them 5 streams of pristine Saint Stage void chi to activate the spacetime fragment. This consumption shocked Chen Zong and the Thunder Grand Swordsman, but at the same time, they were delighted. The more void chi it took to activate the spacetime fragment, the more advanced the fragment was. Naturally, it would contain more opportunities. This time, the Thunder Grand Swordsman entered it first, and then Chen Zong took out 5 more streams of pristine Saint Stage void chi and merged them with the spacetime fragment to activate it. Then, Chen Zong also stepped into the fragment. In the surroundings, there seemed to be countless silhouettes appearing. Every silhouette was extremely tall and strong. These silhouettes held huge swords in their hands and slashed through the air, bursting forth with incomparably shocking might. It was as if they had Chen Zong as their target, madly slashing towards him, wanting to cut him into pieces. However, they were only illusions. Even though they were illusions, they still contained extremely terrifying power. He felt as if he was in a battlefield, surrounded by enemies in all directions. They were all his enemies, and they were all aiming to kill him. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's eyebrows twitched slightly. With a slight shift of his body, a strong gust of wind roared and struck down, causing a crack to appear on the ground beneath him. The astonishing burst of chi caused Chen Zong to be secretly shocked. It was not a shadow? No, it was a shadow at first, but he did not know when it had condensed into a substance without him even noticing. It was as if it had turned from a shadow to a real thing. Chen Zong did not know the principle behind it. Immediately, a thought descended and was received by Chen Zong. Endless battlefield? Chen Zong could not help but show a hint of doubt. This place, or rather, the place contained in the spacetime fragment, was a place called the Endless Battlefield. Chen Zong still did not know what kind of place it was. Moreover, Chen Zong did not know what opportunities there were here. After Chen Zong dodged the first attack, the second sword slashed down, and then the third sword slashed down. In short, there were attacks from all directions. Chen Zong's figure was extremely agile, like a willow swaying in the wind. He dodged the slashes one after another, and he could clearly see everything around him. Giants. Those attacking from all directions were giants more than 10 meters tall. The large swords in their hands were at least 7 meters long. Each of the large swords had a very heavy feeling. When they slashed, there was a terrifying feeling of landslide and collapse. The power was extremely tyrannical. As Chen Zong leaped and moved, he also carefully felt the power of the large swords. Quasi-saint level. They all had the power of quasi-saint level. Where exactly was this endless battlefield? This was a space-time fragment. In other words, when it was complete, it was a space-time where such giants lived. The strength of these giants was so powerful that the power of each of their swords reached the quasi-saint level. It was simply terrifying. As Chen Zong kept dodging, he had seen at least hundreds of giants attacking him. This meant that there were hundreds of quasi-saint level experts. Not only that, but Chen Zong also saw many huge figures dashing over from afar. When they took a step, it was as if giant elephants were galloping, causing the ground to shake incessantly as if there was an earthquake. The momentum was astonishing. Chapter 30:10. Like a flowing light, he sped along the ground at lightning speed, constantly avoiding the pursuit of the giants and the huge sword light that slashed through the air. After a few attempts, Chen Zong discovered that it was not easy to fly in this endless battlefield. This was because there was a shocking suction force on the ground. When one stepped on the ground, the suction force would not work. However, once one's feet left the ground, the suction force would appear. Furthermore, the higher one was from the ground, the the stronger the suction force. As a result, it was much more difficult for Chen Zong to fly in the air, and he could only run along the ground. After a period of time, Chen Zong discovered that the boundary of the endless battlefield was extremely wide. It was as if there was no end to it. Giants would appear from time to time. When they discovered Chen Zong, they would let out a roar and attack him with their huge swords. The might of each slash was extremely shocking. The might of a quasi-saint could split the earth. These giants were 10 meters tall, but they were wearing rough leather armor. They looked a bit like apes that were about to transform into humans, and their hair was also more exuberant. It was as if they were really transforming into humans from giant apes, but they had not completed the transformation. As for these ape-like giants, each and every one of them had extremely powerful bodies. Their strength was even more astonishing. Sword light flashed, and Chen Zong drew his sword. He had been dodging just now, and now he finally drew his sword. Single-hearted sword technique, Sword 1. The sword broke through the air. This was a sword at the level of a sacred swordsman, and it tore apart a giant's leather armor in an instant. At the moment of tearing, Chen Zong could feel that the leather armor was extraordinarily tough. When the sword light pierced into the giant's skin membrane, Chen Zong felt another blockage, which was not inferior to the leather armor at all. The muscles and other things behind the skin membrane were also extremely tough, and the bones were even harder. So much so that Chen Zong's sword 1 could barely penetrate them. But the giant's sword strike also came, and the power it contained was extremely terrifying. Sword 2. An even faster sword strike broke through the air, and killed the giant immediately. Although it had only made 2 moves and looked very simple, Chen Zong was secretly shocked. The strength of this giant was only equivalent to that of a quasi-saint, but its body was incomparably tyrannical, and its defensive power was extremely shocking. If it was a quasi-saint cultivator, Sword 1 would be enough to kill them. There was no need to use Sword 2 at all. Perhaps only a few extremely powerful quasi-saints would need to use Sword 2. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these giants were. The attacks of the giants were relatively simple, but they weren't ordinary either. They were like battle tactics that had been tempered thousands of times. They were straightforward and unyielding, with a kind of domineering force that pressed forward courageously. After being killed by Chen Zong, the giant fell to the ground. Its huge body rumbled like a mountain of gold, and the ground shook because of it. Immediately, a bright light rose up and flew directly toward Chen Zong, disappearing between Chen Zong's eyebrows. There was a rumbling sound like a thunderclap, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning surging. It seemed to be a sword light, a huge and mighty sword light that could split heaven and earth. When the sword light fell, it seemed to split heaven and earth, as well as the darkness and Chen Zong's spirit sea. A kind of understanding of the sword emerged, but it came and went quickly, so quickly that Chen Zong didn't have time to think carefully before it disappeared. This is... Chen Zong's expression changed. Suddenly, was this the opportunity contained in this space-time fragment? Whether it was true or not, he would know after trying again. Chen Zong's figure kept moving, and he once again fixed his eyes on a giant. His figure flashed, and he was as swift as an aurora movie, silently breaking through the air. At that moment, he also waved his sword, and his figure and sword became one. Sword 1. Sword 2. 2 swords were thrown out at the same time, and the 2 sword lights drew different trajectories. Although they made the first move, they hit the giant at the same time and hit the same spot, directly penetrating the giant's leather armor, skin, muscles, and bones. The swordsmanship seemed simple, but it contained a kind of extreme dominance. Under this kind of dominance, in a head-on fight, it was invincible. No matter if the opponent was as hard as steel or as flexible as water, there was no way to resist, and everything was penetrated and torn apart. As the giant's body fell, the ground trembled. Another dot of light rose up and shot towards Chen Zong, entering the space between his eyebrows. There was a thunderous boom as a thunderous sword light tore through the darkness and slashed towards Chen Zong. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Chen Zong keenly felt that the thunderous sword light evolved from the second bright light was a little more advanced than the first bright light. It seemed to have evolved on the basis of the first bright light. It was not enough. Although he still did not know what the thunderous sword light represented, the charm of the swordsmanship was very obvious. Chen Zong directly thought that it was an opportunity. The opportunity of this space-time fragment was an opportunity, and he had to seize it. In an instant, Chen Zong stared at the giant's eyes. His eyes were radiating a sharp and threatening light, like a cold star. He moved as fast as lightning and waved his sword. There was no need to perform any powerful swordsmanship. Just the cooperation of Sword 1 and Sword 2 was enough to kill the quasi-saint giants one after another and obtain the bright light. The moment the bright light entered the divine sea, Chen Zong heard the rumbling sound again and saw the thunderous sword light. It became clearer and clearer, and the time it existed seemed to be lengthening. Once, Chen Zong directly killed 3 giants. After obtaining the 3 bright lights, the 3 bright lights entered his glabella at the same time. The heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth evolved from them became more and more amazing, and the charm of the swordsmanship became clearer. Chen Zong could feel it more clearly. Along with it, Chen Zong had a deeper understanding of the single-hearted swordsmanship, and vaguely, it seemed to be perfected. Chen Zong became more and more certain that the opportunity to kill the giants and obtain the bright light was where the opportunity was. Opportunities were everywhere. It only depended on whether there was a pair of eyes that could discover them. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as these giants saw him, they would wave their swords at him, as if they were mortal enemies. Chen Zong did not have any psychological burden when killing them. After all, he had never shown mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Chen Zong found a way to speed up his comprehension, which was to attract more giants and kill them in one fell swoop. At the same time, after absorbing more bright lights, the charm of the swordsmanship evolved from the heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth would become clearer and longer, and he could comprehend more mysteries from it. Moreover, Chen Zong also noticed that although the swordsmanship vision of the heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth appeared in his mind, sometimes it seemed that a long time had passed. In other words, no matter how many bright lights entered his mind and how long it took to evolve the swordsmanship vision of the heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth, the time in the outside world was the same. In this way, he would not be affected and would not be attacked or killed by strong enemies because he was suddenly in a state of comprehension. In addition to the swordsmanship vision brought by the bright light, Chen Zong also found that as he constantly used Sword 1 and Sword 2 of the single-hearted swordsmanship to kill the giants, it seemed that he had practiced it 1,000 times over, and his comprehension of these 2 moves became deeper. Swords were killing weapons. Even if they were beautifully decorated, their essence could not be changed. Swordsmanship was used to strengthen the body or perform, but it was also a kind of disguise. The real swordsmanship was the art of fighting and killing. Therefore, no matter how much he meditated in seclusion, it was still not enough. Only in a real battle between life and death could he better deduce the mysteries of swordsmanship and comprehend its essence. These giants were all astonishingly powerful and were at the quasi-saint level. The might of their swords was also very tyrannical. The seemingly simple slashes were the result of countless tempering. Every sword strike was refined to the extreme and was peerlessly profound. Chen Zong had also been constantly comprehending and mastering them. The single-hearted swordsmanship was improving, especially Sword 1 and Sword 2. They were becoming more refined and more powerful. 10, 20, 30. The giants were constantly killed by Chen Zong. With Chen Zong's strength as a sacred swordsman and the constantly improving power of his swordsmanship, as long as he was not directly surrounded by dozens of giants, he would not be in any danger. Chernzong's figure was also very agile. The speed of the single-hearted swordsmanship was also very fast, so he would not be surrounded by a large number of giants at all. In the void there seemed to be a slight sound, but the sword light had already penetrated the giant's body first. Sword 1. This sword was extremely fast and sharp. When it penetrated the giant's tyrannical body, it did not seem to encounter the slightest resistance. It was as easy as piercing through tofu, directly killing the giant with one sword move. It was even stronger. The power of sword 1 of the single-hearted swordsmanship had increased by several times. It originally needed 2 swords to kill the giant, but now it only needed 1 sword move. As the power of sword 1 increased, the power of sword 2, sword 3, and even sword 4, sword 5, sword 6, and sword 7 also became more and more tyrannical. However, at the same time, the mixed yuan heart force consumed by each sword move also increased. With a boom, the earth trembled incessantly. The astonishing sound was like the beating of a war drum, rumbling through the sky and earth. At the same time, an astonishing aura surged like a torrential flood, surging over from afar. Chernzong could not help but be startled. He became more and more solemn. He could not help narrowing his eyes as he looked over. The light was restrained like the edge of a sword. What was that? It was a giant. A group of giants was marching over. Their steps were very orderly, as if they were one person. However, in fact, there were as many as 10 giants. Each of the giants raised their feet and put down their feet in an orderly manner, as if they had been tempered thousands of times. They were like elite soldiers. These 10 giants held big swords in their hands. The leather armor on their bodies looked more exquisite, and there was even a leather helmet on their head. Compared to the giants that had been killed before, they looked more elite. It felt like a comparison between a mixed army and a regular army. An astonishing evil spirit lingered on their bodies, whistling endlessly like a storm. However, Chernzong still heard another set of footsteps that were even more obscure and terrifying. It came from behind the 10 giants. Chapter 30:11. The sword light shook the sky, and the sword aura split the earth. 10 10-meter-tall elite giants brandished their swords at the same time, slashing out 10 vigorous, overbearing, and incomparably heavy sword light. Immediately, the extremely hard ground was split and smashed into pieces, leaving 10 ghastly fissures as they mercilessly attacked Chernzong. The 10 overbearing sword lights and astonishing aura locked onto Chernzong, but the more intense aura locking onto him came from the 12-meter-tall giant. This giant was not wearing leather armor, but iron armor. What he wore on his head was not a leather helmet, but an iron helmet. The giant's sword in his hand was 9 meters long, and he pointed it at Chernzong from afar. An extremely frightening aura also completely locked onto Chernzong. The overbearingness of this aura made Chernzong extremely fearful as well. Saint level. That 12-meter-tall giant with an iron helmet and armor was shockingly a saint-level giant. The 10 sword lights arrived, and the power contained in them was several times stronger than that of the previous giants. Among the quasi-saints, they belonged to a more powerful level. The aura locking of these 10 sword lights was very strong, but it could not do anything to Chernzong. As his figure swayed, as if pulling out layers of illusions, Chernzong took a step forward after dodging the attack of the 10 sword lights. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, using the single-hearted sword steps, he instantly broke out with a speed that surpassed his limit. In the blink of an eye, the 6th step was taken. The 6 consecutive steps were completed in one breath. Chernzong's speed was directly raised to an extreme, an astonishing extreme. The giants' physiques were incomparably tyrannical, and their strength was vigorous to the extreme. They could lift mountains with their strength. Their swords were incomparably heavy, weighing more than 50,000 jin. Under the urging of the giants' tyrannical strength, each of their swords could split mountains. Their defense was also very astonishing. If it were a quasi-sage, it would be very difficult to kill one of the giants. If it were two giants, it would be hopeless. However, it wasn't as if the giants didn't have any weaknesses, which were their speed and reaction speed. Their gigantic bodies, powerful strength, and defense made their speed and reaction speed rather average. Although they weren't really weaknesses, they couldn't compare to their strength and defense. In some situations, these would become their weakness. Chunzong's current speed was like an aurora in the eyes of the 10 giants. It was so fast that they had no time to react. In the eyes of the saint-level giant, Chunzong's speed was also extremely fast, but he could still catch sight of his figure. In that instant, Chunzong crossed hundreds of meters. In less than a breath's time, he arrived with his sword in hand. His sword rose, and his body and sword became one. He crossed over in an instant and attacked. The moment he approached the 10 giants, sword light fell like a rainstorm. One sword, one sword, one sword, every strike was one sword, and every strike was made with Chunzong's full strength. It was as if he had swung dozens of swords in an instant. Each strike was extremely fierce, and each strike was fatal and soul-chasing. Streaks of sword light shot out like lightning, like flying stars chasing after the moon, and directly covered the 10 elite giants. Every giant was hit by the sword in an instant and more than once. The moment the sword light hit the giants, Chunzong could feel an obscure resistance. Obviously, these 10 giants had stronger physiques and defense than the previous giant. One strike was not enough to kill them, but several strikes of one sword could do it. Although the saint-level giants could see Chunzong's figure, they were still a bit too slow. They were still a hair too late. This hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Chunzong's 10 subordinates were directly pierced through by the rain-like sword light. Even the extremely tough metal armor on their bodies could not withstand it at all. Roar! The 12-meter-tall saint-level giant was furious. He was a general, the general of these giants. He was a general who had been through countless battles of life and death. How could such a small creature kill 10 of his guards in front of him? A roar came from the giant general's mouth, accompanied by a burst of angry shouts. Chunzong could not understand the language of the shouts, but he could feel the anger, the shocking anger, in the shouts. The 9-meter-long giant's sword was raised in an instant. A terrifying force gathered on the giant's sword and turned into a biting cold strength. The sword chi burst out as it circled around, and each of the sword chi left a trace in the void. Slash. This slash seemed to be no different from the slashes of the previous giants, but the power contained in it was more than 10 times stronger. It also contained an unparalleled will, as if it was a blow from an ancient giant god that could split heaven and earth. After killing the 10 elite giants, 10 points of light entered Chunzong's mind. The divine thunder evolved from the 10 points of light to split heaven and earth. It became clearer and more lasting, and the charm of the sword principle became stronger. The mystery made Chunzong have a deeper understanding of the sword principle. The foundation of his swordsmanship became more and more vigorous, and the single-hearted swordsmanship also underwent some subtle changes. The giant sword slashed down, carrying with it the power to shatter the sky. Under the pressure of the sword, the hard ground was also broken. The sword light split heaven and earth with endless divine power. The pressure of the sword directly shrouded all directions, as if it was suppressing everything. Chunzong's expression became very serious. It was a very powerful slash. Under the pressure of the sword, everything seemed to be suppressed, unable to withstand the pressure. Bursts of sounds came from the void, as if it was about to be completely shattered. Under the pressure of the sword, Chunzong had nowhere to hide. He could only feel that his surroundings were covered, and there was no way to escape. In that case, he would have to face it head-on. The single-hearted sword technique, Sword 1 to Sword 7, were all executed in an instant. The 7 rays of sword light followed different trajectories as they tore through the sky with extremely shocking power. They were like 7 rays of divine radiance that flashed through the sky, displaying an unparalleled profundity. The 7 sword lights arrived at the same time, attacking the astonishing sword light that was so huge that it could split mountains and shatter the earth. When they collided in an instant, an astonishing momentum and aftershock directly erupted. The aftershock surged, and endless sword chi raged in all directions like a raging wave. The huge sword light was directly penetrated. The power of the 7 sword lights was unimaginable, able to pierce through everything, and then continued to attack the giant general. However, when they hit the giant general, they only broke the iron armor on his body. When they hit the skin membrane, there was a dull sound, and the sword lights also collapsed. Chunzong saw this scene clearly. There was only a sword mark under the iron armor, but it did not penetrate the skin membrane. What kind of terrifying skin, what kind of terrifying body, what kind of terrifying defense was this? Even if the power of the 7 sword lights was weakened, it was not impossible that they could not break the giant general's skin membrane. However, the truth was in front of him, and Chunzong had to believe it. With a roar, the giant general once again swung his sword, as if he could wipe out thousands of troops. The whistling sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the power of the sword became more and more astonishing and terrifying. The fan-shaped area of hundreds of meters in front of him was covered by the sword light, and there was no way to avoid it. It was still difficult for Chunzong to dodge this sword. Tai-hao! In an instant, the true sun rose into the sky, carrying an unparalleled sword power. It was an extremely tyrannical sword. Although Chunzong did not break out 100% of the mixed Yuan heart force, only 70%, its power was still very terrifying. The true sun pushed forward, sweeping across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was burned by its terrifying high temperature and turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it, and the sword light was also shattered by the impact. The giant general's expression changed greatly. His appearance under the iron armor looked more like a human, full of shock. His huge body swelled up, and his muscles became more and more astonishing. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the tyrannical power poured into the big sword in his hand, and bursts of intense light bloomed. This sword was as tyrannical and fierce as the thunder from the 9th heaven. It collided directly with Tai-hao's sword, and an incomparable power erupted. The void collapsed, the ground collapsed, and the terrifying sword power raged in all directions, destroying everything. Chunzong's figure was as illusory as a phantom, but also as fast as lightning. In an instant, he faced the gap of the exploding sword power and approached the giant general, drawing his sword. From sword 1 to sword 7, each sword hit the giant general's body, breaking the iron armor and hitting the skin membrane. Immediately, an indescribable toughness resisted the attack of the sword. When the sword broke through the tough membrane, there was only a small part of its power left. When it pierced into the giant general's muscles, there was an amazing resistance. The giant general reacted quickly and immediately moved. His huge left hand suddenly pushed horizontally, and his 5 fingers bent. The airflow pushed forward like a huge wave, and there were bursts of terrifying roars. This power was enough to flatten a hill, and it constantly hit Chunzong's body. However, this did not push Chunzong away. On the contrary, an indescribable power seemed to be collapsing, and a suction force burst out, firmly sucking Chunzong's body. Like an invisible rope, Chunzong's body and limbs were entangled from all directions. Immediately, the 5 curved fingers grabbed in the air. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was astonishingly fast, and its momentum was shocking. The 5 curved fingers were like 5 small mountains shrouding the sky. The 12-meter-tall giant was several times taller than Chunzong. His palms were also extremely huge. Once caught, Chunzong would be held in his hands and be squeezed to death, or even be crushed into a meat patty. The giant's physique was simply too strong. There was a huge gap between his physique and the giant's physique. Even the physique of a fiend god expert couldn't compare to the giant's physique in terms of strength. The giant's physique was simply too terrifying. However, Chen Zong also knew that although the giant's body was very strong, it could not be compared with the divine demon's body in one aspect, and that was its self-healing ability. The giant's self-healing ability was relatively ordinary. If the giant's self-healing ability was also like that of the divine demon's body, it would be unbeatable and a nightmare for all strong enemies. The giant's unbreakable defense and extremely strong strength, and if it had a super self-healing ability, it would be terrifying to the extreme. The 7 swords from Sword 1 to Sword 7 could not break the giant's defense, and the Taihao sword would also be resisted by the giant. How could he kill the giant? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.